it's fine out here, though.
Good morning, Bowl TV, and welcome to the 2017 Intercollegiate Team Championships taking place at the Raising Cane's River Center in Baton Rouge, Louisiana. I'm Aaron Smith alongside Emil Williams Jr. We appreciate everyone and their patience while we're getting the sound going here. This is game 1 of 24 of qualifying to determine seeding for the double elimination match play bracket at the 2017 ITC. We got the top 16 men's and top 16 women's teams here in attendance. By Saturday, we will have a national championship winner decided. This is, as we mentioned, game 1 of 24. Teams got a 15-minute practice session before we started up today. They also got a practice session yesterday. Of course, the patterns not being released here at the ITC, so these competitors had to work with their coaches, work with the eye test, kind of see what they saw out there. Make decisions based off that, ball choices, surface choices, what part of the lane they want to attack. As far as we know, the men and the women competing on different conditions. But in all honesty, we really don't know. So there's the mad genius himself, Nick Hoagland, taking care of business for the USBC Lane Pattern and Development Team. Creating some patterns for us here this week. So for this first 4-game block, 24, the teams will actually stay on the same pair of lanes, but they're going to switch it back and forth each game. So on the men's side, 27 and 28, we have Weber International and William Patterson. On 29 and 30, Savannah and McKendree, who recently won the 2017 NCAA Women's Bowling Championships right here at the River Center. So they'll be going back and forth between 27, 28, and 29 and 30 before we get a new set of competitors for games 5 through 8. We've already had some excitement here on Bowl TV as we know our semifinalists for the 2017 Intercollegiate Singles Championships. You can read more about that on bowl.com. We also announced our All-Americans for the National Collegiate Bowling Coaches Association last night at the Night of Champions banquet. our MVPs for the 2016 and 2017 season. On the men's side, Nick Pate for Midland. For the women, Sydney Brummett from Wichita State. Both of them advanced in the singles portion. Will be on the TV show, which will be taped on Saturday. Aaron Juradovich putting the spare game to work, coming in as a sub. I don't know if it's still considered a washout when you're right-handed shooting at that, but we'll give him the benefit of the doubt. But once again, 24 qualifying games to determine seeding here, and then we will go into the double elimination match play bracket. Those matches will be best of 7 in the Baker format, just like we're using here for qualifying. So if you're unfamiliar with Baker, it's a cool thing. It's a lot of excitement out there. So essentially, if you're the leadoff bowler, you will bowl in frames 1 and 6. If you're the second bowler, 2 and 7. Another bowler will be at the 3rd frame and the 8th frame, 4th and 9th, and finally the 5th and 10th frame. And of course, as we saw there with Weber, you can make substitutions. The only thing, if it happens earlier in a match, that player must be used until the next match. So as we settle in here, we'll just get a rundown of the teams. Game 2 getting underway. Teams feeling it out. You can see the plus minus up there as well on the scoreboard. So if it's minus, that's not as good. Plus, that's all right. But that is the score from par in the game, 0. So we'll be referencing teams by that. Across the board, looking pretty tough on the men's side. Pikeville goes 235 in the opener. The only other team that was plus, two other teams plus, Lindenwood-Belleville and Morehead State at +1. On the women's side, it looks like no teams were plus after 1, so taking some time, obviously, the nerves, excitement coming into it as well. But in our men's field, I'd like to congratulate Lindenwood-Belleville, Calumet, Wichita State, Pikeville, Midland, Morehead State, Robert Morris, Illinois, Urbana, Lawrence Tech, our defending champions McKendree, Wisconsin-Whitewater, William Penn, Newman, Notre Dame, Ohio, Weber International, and William Patterson for advancing for one of 4 sectionals throughout the country last month. In the women's field, Savannah College of Art and Design. First year program right there, making it to ITCs. Big credit to Coach Katie Thornton, a past ITC champion at Weber International, putting together a strong program in the early going. McKendree, Newman, St. Francis, Illinois, Notre Dame, Ohio, Lindenwood, Weber International, the 2016 champion, Maryland Eastern Shore, Midland, Stephen F. Austin, Wichita State, Wisconsin-Whitewater, Pikeville, Wright State, Grandview, and Mount Mercy on the women's side. Well, Mr. Williams Jr., people have heard enough from me already. You're the past champion here. How's your day go?
Doesn't give me any credibility whatsoever. Whatsoever, guy. I think people enjoy listening to you. I do. So I just listen on the headphones to make sure we're good, and then I get caught up in the Aaron Smith moment. It just overcomes you.
They're few and far between, so enjoy them while you can.
Hello, everyone. Hope you all are having a great morning. We certainly are. We get to watch the best 32 teams in the country right here at the Raising Cane's River Center. Aaron mentioned, a very good night last night. The banquet never disappoints. Never disappoints. You get to recognize student athletes for their achievements, both academically and athletically, as well as academic All-Americans are recognized also, which is very important. And now we get to see, as you probably mentioned, the kind of the first look, obviously, at the team pattern. See some nice, cool comments in the chat. Folks trying to figure things out based on the eye test. Does look a little shorter. Based on what I'm seeing, and I don't, just from some of the bowl balls that look like they're going down the lane. One might guess a couple of those might be of the urethane persuasion.
Urethane persuasion. Question in the chat about the lane assignments. We have a paper copy here, so we can get a little bit ahead of pace and let you know who's going to be making it, at least for the first 5 segments of this qualifying block, if you will. Position round 6, or the 6 4-game block will be position round, so we'll see the top 2 teams overall after 20 games on both the men's and the women's side. Looks like Emil's going to start working on inputting those into the description area below the video, so when we're done with that, we'll let you know. You may have to refresh your browser, but if you happen to be in the description video area, you can see a few fun links in there already that might be helpful throughout the day. We have a link for live scoring, which is up and running today, so no worries there. As well as qualifying results. We'll see how quickly they are inputting them. Obviously, with the Baker pace, things moving quickly here in Baton Rouge. These 24 games are going to fly by. So a big thanks to everyone for joining us here bright and early. I know it's an exciting day for a lot of folks, both current and former players. Just getting into that field, that time of the year. Shout out to Tawny Vollmer, past champion here in the chat room. Part of that Weber team that won in 2016.
Tawny's cool. Did cool things on TV.
My man Fidel checking in. Good to see him a few weeks ago in Las Vegas at the USBC Open Championships. A few other folks definitely recognize the names, and we appreciate you guys hanging out with us all week. Frank Word, Bluegrass 300. We will have live stream coverage all the way up until we know our teams for the finals. Again, the finals will be taped this upcoming Saturday here in Baton Rouge, so if you happen to be in the area, feel free to stop on by. If you haven't had a chance to see this facility yet, it's quite a scene, so Shout out to Greg Moore, Dave McKeon, the whole USBC Championship production staff, along with help from Brunswick, the official lane installer here. Of course, Kegel, the official lane maintenance provider.
Very random, Aaron. I mean, completely off topic, but as I'm typing here, and folks in the chat room as well, you ever typing in that random moment where a key starts to like get stuck and it's on its way out? You keep pressing it, but nothing's happening?
It's not a good moment.
Sorry, folks, I had to share that with you.
Hopefully it's not the A button, otherwise you'll have a really hard time spelling my name later.
Ron.
It'll just be Ron then. So as we mentioned, we have both of our defending champions in the field this year. McKendree, a bit of a scare for them. It came down to game 64 in the sectional qualifier. Ended up just 3 pins ahead of Lindenwood for that final spot. Doesn't matter what place you're in, as long as you're in that top 4 and you make it here, you're going to have a chance. Even after qualifying, if that doesn't go quite your way, you get a fresh start. All pins are dropped. You're just wherever you're seated at that point.
Yeah, sectionals can be it can be difficult, you know. And first of all, it's supposed to be difficult. Let me rephrase that. Even if you're a defending champion, even if you're a team that has, made this event, earned your spot, for years running, it is no guarantee ever. You've got a good chance, of course, and you've worked hard all regular season, hopefully, and you've earned that spot, and you're one of the top teams. But there are no guarantees. But there are no guarantees in life, and it's certainly nothing truer than the ITCs and ISCs. No guarantees that you make it to nationals. You must earn it.
You see a lot of folks chiming in the chat room as well, sharing some of their experiences. Anthony, Dustin, we appreciate hearing about it, guys. Back-to-back opens for Weber. Finish up game 2, 193. William Patterson, our runner-up from 2016. Get to 180 with a strike on the fill.
All right, folks, I think I did a good job. The lane assignment should be in the info section underneath. So if you need to refresh, go ahead and do that. And then you can let me know that my W button was not working. Or key. About this time of the year, Aaron, of course, or while folks are watching, and you mentioned some of the experiences that we were getting in the chat from some of the viewers, you really start to see, which is, to me, one of the cooler parts, is who people are watching, what schools they're representing, what schools they want to win. And then sometimes in the chat it becomes a group of, or a couple groups, groups of this school, groups of that school, and they're all in the chat room and they're all having fun. That's generally when the chat room is cool. Not that it's not cool all the time. There's some uncoolness about it sometimes, but we boot those people.
That's the best. Yes, feel there's going to be a lot of shared experiences in the collegiate atmosphere here throughout the day. Probably some folks who competed against each other.
The odder thing is when you've competed against folks, and now you still see them on a regular basis in the industry, and then in this particular setting, some are coaches, for example. You also see some coaches who not only have withstood the test of time, but they've had some success, which allowed them to have a great job for a very long time as well. It's funny, if you go back to it, you've got to go back to I think the early 70s. For a Wichita State team that didn't have Gordon Vatican.
Gordon Vatican, never heard of him.
Yeah, who was that guy? About the same, I think a few years difference for Coach Lewis, Coach L.
And congratulations to Wichita State women's bowling coach Mark Lewis, also USBC Hall of Famer, on winning the Herm Helmer Coach of the Year award. 4th time for him. On the men's side, that award went to Wisconsin-Whitewater's Sean Walkner. 2nd win for Sean.
There's a good example as well. Sean, a gentleman who has won collegiate titles. Now has spent the last 10 plus years, if I'm not mistaken, coaching student athletes and trying to get them to a title as well.
Yeah, Sean had a pretty big task ahead of him here for the 2016-2017 season. Had a pretty loaded team last year that ended up losing 6 seniors. Now he has a first-team All-American in Zach Wolfel. The team captured a pair of Tier 1 titles throughout the year. That was a first in program history, and of course, here back again at the ITC for the Warhawks. Once again, lane assignments can be found in the description below the video. You may need a refresh if you've been watching for a while to see them, but they are there. On the men's side, in our second round, we'll see Pikeville and Notre Dame, Ohio. In round 3, Lindenwood-Belleville and Morehead State. Round 4, William Penn and Urbana. And round 5, Lawrence Tech and Wisconsin-Whitewater on the men's side. For the women, actually, game 2 will be great for Pikeville. We'll have the women as well, along with Wisconsin-Whitewater. In round 3, Midland and Mount Mercy. Round 4, Weber International and St. Francis, Illinois. And in round 5, Maryland Eastern Shore and Notre Dame, Ohio. Of course, that final 4-game block, a position round, so we'll see the top 2 teams on both sides. And Fidel will be happy in round 2. Yes, so much U-Pike. Rolling 2s for William Patterson, putting together a nice effort here in game 3. This looks like Andrew Dukowski stepping up here. He's named as an All-American yesterday.
Very deserving as well. Had a very good season for William Patterson. I think at the Hoosier, 289? That sound right?
Say that again?
289, Andrew Dukowski at the Hoosier.
I wouldn't be surprised by it.
I think that's right. Is it 299?
Might have been 299. I feel we had a 299 or 2 throughout.
Well, if it's 299, that's okay. If it's 289, I don't want to shortchange him by giving the wrong score. He definitely had, at minimum, 10 strikes in a row.
Well, to be honest, that was in February. That's like 8 months ago at this point.
It was
so
an eternity.
it's the fact that you remembered it. I'm impressed. So
I might have the video. That's why I remember it, because I was down there.
Anthony helping us out in the chat. He's saying 289. Willie P is going to be in the 230s here. Weber International, nice game as well. Also had a few All-Americans last night for the Warriors. David Lance making the second team. Giorgio Quinaz and Ramon Hilferink making the honorable mention squad. It's also where Andrew Dukowski was recognized. Patterson's going to move on to the right side of plus here. After a 233 effort, get to +6, Weber International -14 as they prepare for their last game here on 27 and 28. McKendree and Savannah still got a few frames to go here in game 3. McKendree -29 and Savannah -76 after 2. We got to talk about this McKendree team a little bit here on 29 at the moment. Just an impressive performance throughout the week at the NCAAs, and then a dominating effort on television. That was really the coming out party for the Bearcats. Head coach Shannon O'Keefe, director of bowling Brian O'Keefe, really making things happen in just a few short years. This team was fun to watch throughout the whole NCAA competition. Brianna Clemmer named the tournament's most outstanding player as a freshman. Shouldn't be throwing strikes all over the place. Doubles the win, finishing matches off like it's going out of style.
I think if you watch them all, or at least kept track, maybe not saw them bowl or see them bowl all the time during the season or throughout, but if you just are remotely in the know in collegiate bowling, you kind of got the sense that it's probably going to happen sooner rather than later. If you watched them at any point last season, you definitely said that. So, well, pretty clear this program, this particular team is going to win a national title at some point. And they did it, and now looking to earn one more for the program. I mean, you've got three really. Of course, the O'Keefes and what Dennis Schnepper has done over on the men's side as well. For the girls' side, really an opportunity to cap off what has already been a phenomenal year for them. And then, of course, it never hurts recruiting when you win.
That is one thing McKendree doesn't necessarily have to worry about too much on the women's side. No seniors on this team that won the NCAA championship. So that core group of players will be back for another run at it next year. But I'm sure they're getting plenty of applications, however the process may work for an NCAA school, but they were on the map before, and now.
Absolutely. Glad you said that.
All eyes are heading that way.
Yeah, absolutely. I was going to say that same thing. But McKendree was a program that was already essentially on the rise, and really, in some aspects, already known. They had been on the rise on the men's side for a very long time. Really, just kind of each year getting closer and closer and closer to making some things happen. And then that did take place for them last year. McKendree, the women's side, had made TV. They had made an ITC final before. They had players prior to. Rebecca Dyers comes to mind. She was an All-American, I believe. If she didn't win Player of the Year, she certainly was runner-up at some point. I'm pretty sure she won that award. And so, a program that has gotten stronger and will only, at this point, continue to get stronger.
Trivia question of the day.
Uh-oh.
Can you name what year the McKendree women made their first ITC appearance? ITC finals appearance.
Is this a group question?
I was just testing you. I'm sure there's some folks in the chat who remember that.
I want to say 2010, but I don't think that's right.
No, you are correct, sir.
How about that?
2010 in El Paso, Texas. The very first time the ITCs got to experience a convention center setting like we have here in Baton Rouge. 44 lanes built in about 8 weeks. Of course, the mainstay here will be the USBC Women's Championships starting on Sunday and going all the way through July 9th. Definitely a fun year that year. The Weber women in their first year captured the title. Defeating McKendree. On the men's side, Wichita State put the cap on a 3-year run of titles, defeating Calumet. That Wichita State team in 2010, though, guy.
pretty good team.
That was a squad right there. You got Ronnie Sparks bowling second. That's that roster's deep.
Pretty good team.
John Zerbinski, Josh Blanchard, Josh McBride. Question in the chat from Fidel. I will be here periodically for the Women's Championships, so I'll be here a few more days in Baton Rouge after we wrap up just to make sure everything gets going in the right direction before heading back to Las Vegas for the Open Championships. But I'll be back a few more times right around Queens Week. It's in the middle of May, and then towards the end of the event, we'll stop on by one more time to help wrap up the 98th edition of the Women's Championships. So I'll get to taking a few trips to this fine city. I've enjoyed my time here immensely so far. I've gotten to find a lot of places I didn't necessarily run across when we bowled here for the Open in 2005 and 2012, so pretty excited about that.
William Patterson is on 27. They're in the orange, the cool orange pants. Which, by the way, I'm just going to say this, throw it out there. I don't think cool pants were in when I was bowling. They weren't, actually. That was not a thing. Until the next generation of Lindenwood Lions took over the program.
That's true. That 2010 team had a lot of swag going on. I remember that for sure.
Just throwing it out there. Just, you know.
Well, the pant game. The pant game is strong.
Oh, it was strong. It was. I mean, when you trend set, that says it all.
I mean, I think we saw it last night at the banquet. The suit game is.
Listen, I'm telling you.
Has been amped up a little bit.
That was another thing I saw last night, and we didn't get enough photos of that.
Midland, as a team on the men's side, went all out. Nick Pate doing his best Captain America impersonation there. You can actually see that photo on our story on bowl.com about him and Sidney Brummett winning Player of the Year.
The banquet prior to years back was, my thing was, I had to be supposed to be the best dressed there, so you got to do what you got to do, but no one thought of anything like what Midland did or what the later LU generations were doing with their swag and suits. We were just more about, pinstripes and, classic stuff like that. I don't know if I'm cool enough to wear what Nick Pate wore last night.
I am definitely not. I know there is no purchase down the road of that for me.
I would love to see you.
Not gonna happen.
We're doing that, actually. Now that we've mentioned that's happening. I don't know where we're gonna go.
We'll have to talk to Jason Thomas about Talk to Jason Thomas. See if we can get the live stream wardrobe budget amped up a little bit. Weber in the books for their opening block here. Going to finish +2 after 2:16 in the final game. William Patterson can add 40 pins with all three in the 10th from junior Jake Rollins. Our ITC MVP from last year's event. So they would be just a few pins under. Pikeville's going to stay plus. Appears no teams plus at the moment on the women's side. There's a great shot on 29 by McKendree's Taylor Bailey. Talked a little bit about the TV show for being a freshman as well, along with Clemmer. Just really set the pace for the team. She's bowling second. The miscue there in frame 7, however, with the 7-pin. But you know, for a team relatively new to the television experience, look very calm out there, very collected. Taylor really made some great shots right out of the gates to kind of set that tone for the Bearcats. I'm very impressed with her performance at that event. She actually earned a spot on the all-tournament team at the NCAAs as well. William Patterson finishes with 178, so they'll be at -16 after 4. All right, final few frames here. For McKendree and Savannah College of Art and Design, we mentioned for SCAD, first-year program. So making it 1 for 1 in ITC appearances. Since I don't know what month it is most of the time. So either it's already out in Bowler's Journal, or it'll be coming up in the upcoming Bowler's Journal. But in the USBC Insider, there's a great piece about this program, up and coming.
I believe it's in the upcoming issue.
So be sure to check that out. And Bowler's Journal hits the mailbox. The man with the plan, Terrence Bigham, always doing cool things.
TB, the big guy. Some nice games across the landscape here. 256 from Robert Morse, plus 43 on the men's side.
It's looking like that may be leading the way. Pikeville has already made it to lanes 27 and 28. They're waiting for Notre Dame, Ohio. There's one pair to our left at the moment. They got a 10th frame to finish up. Once again, the Pikeville Power Hour coming up next here on Bowl TV. We'll have both programs.
Pikeville Power Hour.
Along with Notre Dame, Ohio on the men's side and Wisconsin-Whitewater on the women's side, behind lanes at 27 through 30 here at the Raising Cane's River Center. You can hashtag that. Fidel, hashtag that. You can put it on Facebook.
Not sure if anyone's answered this yet, but Corey, the Midland women will be on the featured pair for the women in round 3. So we're coming up on round 2. Again, 4 games in 1 round. Teams bowl back-to-back games on 1 lane, then switch. If anyone has any rooting interests, of course, I know you do. We've got a couple extra cameras that we're able to do some things with in regards to singles. We'd love to do the same for a team when we can.
So that's going to do it for Game 4. The women's feature pair, McKendree finishes at minus 106. Savannah minus 161. So we'll get some teams moving around. Looks like Pikeville and Notre Dame, Ohio will be up in Game 5 in just a quick moment here on Bowl TV. Thanks again for joining us. We'll be here all day with qualifying and the opening 2 rounds of match play at the 2017 Intercollegiate Team Championships. I'm Aaron Smith alongside Emil Williams Jr., Jason Thomas here as well, doing his thing. So what's today? Today's Thursday?
Today is Thursday, yes.
You know what? It's almost the weekend already, so if you're at work, you know, it's cool. Just turn on Bowl TV. Your boss said it was okay. Tell your coworkers.
I thought you were telling them to just leave work.
Oh, no, you still got to stay there. I mean, got to make that check, but you just not got to work hard for it sometimes.
Got to wake up, man. Got to get that paper.
But we always appreciate all the support, not only here for us, but the student athletes as well.
Shout out to everyone again watching in the chat. Hello to Storm Bowling. Storm always doing great things for youth bowling, collegiate bowling, and the sport in general. Appreciate them tuning in. Also represented here at ITCs as well. Question in the chat about Wichita State. Wichita State is certainly in it. They're just underway. qualifying for the team portion, Team ITC. Wichita State men and women are in the field. Pattern perspective, I'm sure Aaron mentioned that already. No knowledge of the oil patterns. We don't know, the players don't know. The players did, however, have a practice session. They were able to practice on the pattern yesterday. 2 practice sessions on the schedule. One in, both in the afternoon, but one at 1 and then one closer to, I believe, 4. And so they had the ability to get a look for an hour and then, of course, strategize and think about what to do and how to move on and how to score well. Ultimately, of course, you need to be able to win games. Not in this particular portion. This is qualifying. Total pinfall determines seeding. Once match play begins. You see all of that strategy and hopefully hard work going to pay off as we see officially round 2 now underway as all teams have made the flips to their new lanes. Pikeville, Notre Dame, Ohio on 27-28 on the men's side. And of course, Pikeville and Wisconsin-Whitewater 29-30 on the women's side. Can't call Pikeville a young program anymore. I don't know exactly when they started, but they were still relatively new back when I was beginning my college bowling career, and that was in 2000. Yikes, the fall of 2003. Look out. But they've had success, men and women. And have always been, to me, a very cool program. The players were always pretty cool to talk to, chat with, bowl with, and against. Girls were always very good, personable as well. And of course, have themselves national titles on several ITC finals appearances. Notre Dame College, Ohio still counts in that young program status, I would classify. They only continue to get better, both men and women. Both of their teams are in the field as well. We got a chance to look at Ryan Ashby and Casey Cohagen earlier in the week as they competed in the Intercollegiate Singles Championships. And they were able to show their talent, skill, and games here at the Baton Rouge, or excuse me, the Raising Cane's Baton Rouge. The Raising Cane's River Center. It's no longer the Baton Rouge River Center. It's
that is correct.
The Raising Cane's
Chicken fingers for life.
River Center. Wisconsin-Whitewater, always a steady program as well. Started to see their names appear several years back, making ITC appearances. Also double as an NCAA program also. Good shot there from Ashby. Ryan Ashby, the anchor of this NBC squad. Outside of live scoring, not a way to get to lane 14, for example. And that's a very tough angle vantage point from where we are currently. It wouldn't be the best for you. If we could try to get down there. If you have a particular team in mind, I imagine you may be following William Penn, who is currently on 14. If they get close enough or closer to our general vantage point, I'd be happy to point a camera in that direction for a little bit when we get to that point. And that goes for anyone else. as well. We'll have some time, of course, via qualifying. And then once match play begins, we'll have our featured pairs ongoing, and then we'll look for other matches to pin some cameras on as well. Thanks, Brandon, for just watching. That's pretty cool. To be a fan of the sport, which is what we all are. We appreciate you tuning in to Bowl TV. We certainly love what we're able to do in that regard to bring you this exciting action. And folks, it's only going to get better. If you have never experienced this event, whether live or via the live stream or TV, you are certainly in for a treat for the next couple of days. Qualifying is qualifying. Teams are looking to be seated. Get the look on the lanes, essentially, take some notes, make a lot of notes. And then once match play begins, it's fast and it's fierce.
Would it be fair to call it Fast and Furious?
You know, I think they've got some copyrights on that, so I didn't want to go there.
Whoops.
For Mr. E, the William Penn will hit our featured pairs in round 4. So you'll be able to get a close eye on your squad there. Again, this is game 5, essentially round 2. When I was not doing this job, I was just like everyone in the chat, at work, watching the live stream. I actually still remember working in this building at the Open Championships in 2012, knocking things over upstairs in the office.
So that's why we couldn't have it in 2017.
That's why we can't have nice things either.
Apparently.
But hey, I mean, that's, you know.
It's all right. We'll make it work.
When you're, it's all part of being a fan, especially when you're invested in the team that that you're particularly looking at. But since then, now I get to be back in it on a regular basis, which is pretty cool for me.
Question in the chat about how many players can travel to this event?
It's a good question.
And it's 8. So a team can bring up to 8 players if they feel they can do so with less. Or I shouldn't say they can travel with 8, but they can have 8 players on their roster.
You can travel with
as many as you want to
bring.
I know some coaches tend to bring 9 or 10 just in case. You never know what's going to happen. You hate to have an unfortunate accident and someone be unavailable. Speaking of those rosters, since we can, as Rookie of the Year, Andrew Letcher delivers a strike in the 10th frame for Pikeville. Let's get to meet our teams here. And for anyone in the chat, please feel free to correct any mispronunciations of names for us. We're just kind of doing this on the fly at the moment. So for Pikeville, their roster coming into the ITCs: Matthew Cleary, Tyler Kraft, Matthew Diamond, Brandon Dubuck, Josh Encarnacion, Alex Hoffman, Jacob Harrell, and the aforementioned Andrew Letcher. Once again, All-American and Rookie of the Year for the NCBCA. Probably because he did cool things like that. For Notre Dame, Ohio.
I just caught them. So.
They say funny things from time to time, guy. We mentioned Ryan Ashby already for Notre Dame, Ohio. He is up there right now. Leaves the 3.610 on his second shot of the 10th. Joining him on the Falcons this year, Vincent Bellar, Casey Cohagen, Christopher Elizondo, Malik Rowe, Matthew Lyons, Dylan Misi, and Miko Walker.
Go.
Past Junior Team USA member. Looking at our women's featured pair as we get a little bit closer to wrapping up Game 5 for them. For Pikeville, Jenna Coldiron, Michaela Cummings, Carly Evans, Megan Hedgespeth, Christine Johnston, Morgan Lantfit, Felicia Montesinos, and Angel West. Fast fact for Pikeville ladies: Angel West, the sophomore, was named the Mid-South Conference Bowler of the Year. Was one of 4 Bears to win an individual title during the regular season. I got that from my handy-dandy ITC program book, which I wrote. So
Look at this guy.
Which I hope is right now.
Look at this guy. That's why you can't take air anywhere, man.
For Wisconsin-Whitewater, we have Taylor Hope, Ashley Koba, Emma Kuhn, Ashley Miller, Jody Newhauser, Sarah Posh, Lauren Price, and Amanda Van Dunn. Van Dunn has had a very nice collegiate career over the years. Amanda earned an honorable mention All-American spot last night as well. As we wrap up this game, just got a note from a young lady who we work with at the International Bowling Campus in Arlington, Texas, Tennille Milligan. Most folks know her as Major Milligan because all she did was win majors back on the PWBA tour. But Mr. Williams, how about you give us a little update of some of the excitement coming up in the next few weeks for you? Apparently something's happening. It's a big deal, kind of.
Something is happening, and it affects some. It could affect some of these great young ladies in the future as well. But the 2017 PWBA Tour season will kick off next week. In fact, April 27th is the day. First official practice session, which will officially kick off the season. We'll have competition Friday and Saturday. Qualifying rounds on Friday, cashers round, match play, and group stepladder finals on Saturday. It will be the Cubica AMF PWBA Sonoma County Open. Big thanks to Cubica AMF for Their sponsorship of the PWBA Tour, the Sonoma County Open, and the sport of bowling and the future for the sport as well. We'll be live from Rohnert Park, California, double-decker lanes. Jim Decker, Curtis Woods, two great individuals making some things happen out in Sonoma County. I'll leave it there. Very excited to get there. So as Aaron's travels began last week, essentially with his trip to NCAA's here, ITC's here, the opening of the Women's Championships, and they'll be back and forth. My travel season essentially has begun as well. A couple of USA Bowling events I went to, of course, here this week. Then really for about the next 3 months, we'll be looking at the PWBA Tour. You can check that out, of course, on the online bowling channel, the Professional Bowlers Association Extra Frame. That's where we live stream. We'll also be adding content throughout the week and the coming months on Bowl TV as well. So stay tuned, folks. Check out all the excitement, the Extra Frame, and of course our social channels, the PWBA Facebook page, Twitter at PWBA Tour, and Instagram at PWBA Tour. You'll see a lot of Tennille Milligan. I'm going to make a point of that. Put her on social media this season. Quickly moving along here. Notre Dame, Ohio, Pikeville. On now to game 6. We have seen a few in the channel so far in the event. Teams, as you can see, are playing, in some cases, 5 and out for right-handers. You know, we were looking at singles as we were streaming that, and I saw a lot of folks in the chat just comment on that they hadn't saw a lefty yet. And to be honest, I don't know if I've really seen too many as of yet. Also, I do know there are a couple here. At least one, Matt Russo from Weber, 2017 U.S. Amateur Champion for the men. So I haven't seen them really get a chance to attack the lanes and see what it's like on the other side, if you will. shot there from Cohagen. When I saw his name, Casey's last name, my initial thought was Gohagen.
GG3.
Which is with a G, of course. Shout out to GG3. But it's Cohagen with a C. Pikeville, Wisconsin-Whitewater again on 29 and 30 if you're just joining us. This is round 2, game 6. 4 games per round. There will be 5 rounds and a position round. The position round, the top 2 seeds at that moment will be on our live stream pairs. Again, so that will essentially be round 6 in a little bit. We are watching the Intercollegiate Team Championships here on Bowl TV, live from the Raising Cane's River Center in Baton Rouge, Louisiana. Along with my esteemed colleague, Mr. Smith. Aaron Smith.
Oh, wow. I'm esteemed, and I get the James Bond introduction.
And Jason Thomas, our MC extraordinaire, and of course director of digital media.
That guy does everything.
He does. He's hard at work right now. It's a big week. It's a big month for everyone, really, for what we're doing here. But my name is Emil Williams Jr. We thank you for tuning in. It's our pleasure to be here with you. Question in the chat about the oil pattern. Well, it's a really good way to put it, because it is essentially a special oil pattern. It is made. They don't know what it is. We don't know what the pattern is. And so in that regard, it is special. Well, if you kind of scroll up the chat, I'm not telling you, anything that I don't know, because I don't know anything. But some of the good folks in the chat are having a discussion about what they believe the pattern is. So if you watch a little bit, the eye test will give you an idea. Undoubtedly, you can tell some things just from where they're playing, but sometimes that doesn't give you an indication as well. A shot there from Andrew for Pikeville. Question about Urbana status. Looks like they are 98 under. And potentially maybe 3 frames into maybe game 7. Yep, just made the turn essentially. So they are 98 under. Results should be coming soon, so you can follow along from on bull.com. They are 98 under and struggling here. Looks like in game 7. 3 opens to start things. Like we got a few trolls in the chat room. I love those.
Get him, guy, get him.
Generally, those in the chat take care of those folks. No problem. Let's see, Willie P. Willie P is 72 under after 6 games. Armando, can you be a little more specific? I assume you're talking about Wichita State, but there is Wright State here as well, and they tend to use that acronym also. Wichita State women currently minus 158. Not sure what game they're in. I assume game 7. That is the women. The men currently are minus 112. Currently in game 7, in fact, in the 10th frame. For those scoring at home, as most of you know, it certainly helps to be lined up and you want to score well, win the high qualifier award, or what we would call getting a good seed, for example. But are there some more experienced teams? There are some teams that have more talent than others, probably. But in this event, in my opinion, seed really has no bearing. I've seen it before for teams who literally just don't bowl well in qualifying. I've seen teams tried all types of things during qualifying to kind of go and cover all bases, essentially, of what they might see in a match play type setting. I've seen it where everyone gets an opportunity to bowl as well, make sure everyone gets some playing time during qualifying.
I have to agree with you on that aspect, Emil. You obviously want to have the confidence on the pattern that you're competing on. But getting a fresh start after the 24 Baker games really gives you the opportunity to come up with a new game plan if the current one isn't necessarily working out. So even if you end up, if you're near the bottom of the pack, 15th, 16th, you may have learned some things to avoid for that next block when you head into that match play round. And even though, you're going to be taking on a team who figured some things out, anything can happen in a best of 7, and that's the big thing here, especially in the Baker format. We've seen one lane play favorable to the other for certain teams. It just seems like one team will always win on the left lane or the right lane from time to time. So there's a lot of possibilities. That's what makes it so exciting, though, too. That's the wow factor of this event. Of course, when they get to the finals, it drops from best of 7 to best of 5, but still plenty of time to do your thing. We saw it last year in the men's final, although I'm sure the folks cheering on William Patterson will not want to be reminded about this necessarily, but they were up 2-0, and then McKendree just ended up getting hot at the right time. Ended up catching the last 3. So you never know about those ebbs and flows here at the ITC. Looks like plus 34 right now is the high number on the men's side. Robert Morris, Illinois. Weber International at plus 19, but they are struggling in this game, so they're probably going to drop to minus. Pikeville at plus 20, looking to get some strikes going here. Nice game getting put together by the Pikeville ladies over on lane 30. That's 6 in a row now.
That's some excitement here now from Pikeville, the women. 6 in a row.
Make it 7. Update on Lindenwood-Belleville request in the chat. They are at -4 overall heading into what we believe is Game 7 for them as well. Pair of spares to start. Double open in the 5th. 9 spare, and looking at another 9 spare here in the 7th frame for the Lynx. All right, another update in the chat requested for Newman. Where are they at? On the men's side, Newman way down on 13 and 14, -229 so far. For the guys, for the ladies, they are on lanes 33 and 34. They are at -158. They are actually in the 10th frame, so looks like they're going to drop a few more pins as well in the minus. Looks like Midland is leading on the women's side, -35. A pair of real nice games on 29 and 30 for both of our ladies teams. Pikeville, that big 7-bagger, gets to 244 for Wisconsin-Whitewater. 224. So both teams moving in the right direction with 1 to go before they move on to their next pair.
question in the chat room about temperature control. It's pretty chilly, but when you're not bowling, it should be a little cold. So to mean that the athletes should be comfortable. It's definitely not humid in this building for sure.
No, it's not. I would agree with that. And yeah, so far the weather outside has cooperated pretty much the entire time we've been here, outside a little bit of rain yesterday. It's been very pleasant weather-wise here in Baton Rouge. But we do have a staff on site in case approaches get a little tacky. But I would agree, definitely chilly in here, Mr. Williams. But luckily, for all these good folks here watching in the stands, if they didn't bring a sweater or a jacket, we have the USBC sports store right behind us.
How about that?
Get some gear, and warm up while you're at it. Support this great event.
Anyone inquiring, of course, about results? The results are currently up. Be sure to click the link in the event description. Let's run through those real quick. Well, after round one, the first 4 Baker games, Robert Morris, Illinois, in the driver's seat at plus 43. In 8:43, Pikeville was second, 8:25. Weber was third at 8:02. Those 3 teams were the only squads plus after 4 games. Willie P was in fourth at 784. Lindenwood-Belleville fifth, 781. McKendree in sixth, 768. Morehead State, in seventh at 751. In eighth, Notre Dame, Ohio at 742. Wichita State in ninth, 719. Wisconsin-Whitewater, 717 in 10th. William Penn in 11th at 711. They are tied with Lawrence Tech at 711. Sounds good. Maybe we should frequent that location. Urbana in 13th at 704. Calumet, College of St. Joseph. Not used to seeing them just as Calumet. That's throwing me off a little bit, I gotta be honest. And 14th at 704, Newman. And 15th at 682 in Midland. Struggled a little bit out the gates. They are in 16th at 675. That would be a prime example of if Midland were to have a double-digit seed, for example. Who would want to face Midland in the first round of an ITC championship? All right, on the women's side, speaking of Midland, it is the Midland women leading the way after 4 games with 788. No teams plus on the women's side. Wichita State in second at 773. Stephen F. Austin in third at 761. Wisconsin-Whitewater in fourth at 746. In fifth, Mount Mercy with 736. In 6th, St. Francis of Illinois at 700. And 7th is Lindenwood at 695. 8th is McKendree at 694. Newman in 9th at 683. Pikeville is in 10th at 682. Notre Dame, Ohio, again in 11th at 675, tied with Weber at that number. In 13th at Grandview at 659. Savannah is in 14th at 639. That is Savannah College of Art and Design. 15th, Maryland Eastern Shore at 637, and Wright State is in 16th at 630. Interesting, we had 2 ties, one in the men and the women's side, and both were tied for the 11th position. So I don't know if anyone out there has any superstitions or lucky numbers or anything like that, but they had 2 ties, and they both were for the same position in both the men and the women's brackets. And we'll keep an eye on the 11 seeds as we move forward. Those scores I just read can be found in the event description under qualifying results. It's the second link under live scoring. It goes live scoring, qualifying results, and then you'll find the lane assignments for our featured pairs only, 27 and 28 and 29 and 30. Hey Don, I just opened up the live scoring link, and I am able to see all of the respective lanes clearly ahead of the banner. The only thing I can say at this point would be, check your browser. I'm using Chrome currently. Not sure if that'll make a difference for you, but. All right, almost to the end of round 2, at least on our featured pairs. 23-24, looks like they just started game number 8. As did 19 and 20, if that is correct. After 8 games, the Lindenwood women are minus 163 for 8 games. Unsure of their seed, of course. Just mentioned, just read off the round 1 scores. But they are minus 163. Shout out to Joey Petzel, himself a national champion. Another good question, which you did earlier. Coaches can bring up to 8 bowlers and have them on the roster as eligible competitors. 8. Potentially 8 bowlers, and you get 2 coaches who are allowed in the settee area. Lindenwood is minus 163. And of course, as we talked about a little bit earlier, you can bring however many players you may want to bring, but only 8 will be allowed to compete if they're on the roster and in the settee area. Generally speaking, teammates will come and support their squad. Some schools do bring upwards of 12 players, for example, and those other 4 will be spectators and support their team. All right, Wisconsin-Whitewater 180, Pikeville 187. Wisconsin-Whitewater now minus 69, Pikeville at minus 134. That is the women's side. Have reached the 700 live viewer mark, Aaron Smith. It is 10:25 Central Time. Folks are either out of their work meetings and hopping on to catch a little bit. Eastern Time, getting a little closer to lunch. We generally have some international viewership as well. Yes, indeed, Bob Witt. As a good friend once said, a good teammate, it's all about championships. Arguably the greatest quote I've ever heard.
Right there, live in person. Does everyone here know who this is? Are you
Well said, Fidel. I like that. You're right. I'll be more specific. Those who don't live in the United States. We generally do get almost every stream. We get a couple viewers from Sweden, the Netherlands, Finland, and there's one more country on this. Definitely Mexico, yes. See, there's my guy. Jay, to be quite honest with you, if you watch with the intent of learning, this tournament, even though you're not live, or excuse me, not here in person, and some of the knowledgeable folks in the chat will be happy to help you. What bowlers don't like is generally being told that they aren't bowlers. All right, Lindenwood-Belleville, Morehead State on 27 and 28. No action going on our feature pairs on the women's side. For Morehead State, led by Eric Spurlock. Got some, yeah, there's been a couple of trolls in the chat. I tried to give them the benefit of the doubt just to see, if they actually want to learn. Some folks say they bowl. So if you bowl, you should enjoy it. Morehead State again led by Eric Spurlock. They finished second at their sectional in Addison, Illinois. 9th in the team ranking system, the power rankings. Hard to believe, no national titles for Morehead State as of yet on the men's side. So this is their 19th ITC appearance. Had a couple of wins this season at the Norse Collegiate Classic and the Eagle Classic. I always get stumped on Jacob's last name. I've heard it both ways, Yazel, Yazzle, but I thought it was Yazzle. If someone could help me out with that, I'd appreciate it. Jacob, the senior, fellow junior Mark Curtis. They had 3 top 5 individual finishes during the season to help lead Morehead State. We talked about rosters earlier. Here is Morehead State's roster. Mark Curtis, junior out of Torrance, California. Mitchell Hain for the sophomore from Cincinnati. Kevin Hindeman, senior from Sarver, Pennsylvania. Thank you, Bluegrass. I believe that's Tyler Leviscue, a freshman from Acushnet, Massachusetts. Acushnet, wow. Michael McCubbins, junior from Louisville, Kentucky. Cale Meredith, the freshman from Beaver Creek, Ohio. Always enjoyed going to Beaver Creek. Used to hold the orange and black classic there. I think they still do. Troy White, the freshman from Carolina Beach, North Carolina. And Jacob Yazel from Lexington, the senior. That is a look at Morehead State for Lindenwood-Belleville. I know we've got some folks watching in the chat, of course, from Belleville, Illinois, in the southern Illinois region. Essentially right next to St. Louis, to give you a geographical sense. Kimberly Williams in her 6th season. Do recall Lindenwood when the Belleville program started. We're out recruiting at the Illinois State Tournament, which is also in southern Illinois at Fairview Heights, St. Clair Bowl. Finished 4th in the Dallas sectional. Team ranking system, or their power rating, 25th. No national titles, making their 2nd ITC appearance. First came back in 2015. They won the Thomas Burris Memorial Classic and the always tough and one of the best tournaments around, the Leatherneck Classic. If you're familiar with college bowling, the Leatherneck is essentially a Tier 1 event without the Tier 1 status as of yet. That's a pretty good tournament. The Lindenwood-Belleville Fast Fact, Tim Hyman, I beg your pardon, 2 top 5 finishes averaging 225.5 to take 3rd at the Hoosier Classic. While Scott Hill, he certainly did qualify for the Intercollegiate Singles Championships, won 1 match on Tuesday night before being eliminated yesterday afternoon. Their roster includes Brandon Banky, sophomore from Collinsville, Illinois. A.J. Fair, the senior from Mount Zion, Illinois. The aforementioned Tim Hyman, the senior from St. Peters, Missouri. Scott Hill, of course, as well, from Taylorville, Illinois. Scott is a junior. Devin Klotz, the freshman from Columbia, Missouri. Brandon McGinnis, the freshman from Fort Mill, South Carolina. Luke McMahon, the sophomore from St. Louis, and Justin Simpson, the freshman from Granite City, Illinois. That is a look at Lindenwood-Belleville and Morehead State. Now Midland, the Midland women and the Mount Mercy squad on the women's side have now joined us on 29 and 30. Midland, the women have made a little noise in recent years. Remember, most recently, Erin McCarthy was phenomenal for that Midland program. Now she is off doing great things, of course, the WBA Tour. Let's take a look at the Midland women led by Bill Holbrook in his first season. Midland located in Fremont, near Omaha, Nebraska. 18th power rankings, making their 6th ITC appearance. Won the Hastings Bronco Open. A couple of players collecting the wins on the season include senior Haley Hall and freshman Candace Goldfinch. Chloe Bartlett, the senior from Beaverton, Oregon. Alicia Faley from Battleground, Washington, the junior. Candace Goldfinch, the freshman from Snohomish, Washington. Haley Hall, again the senior from Lincoln, Nebraska. Whitney Larison from Walton, Nebraska. She is a freshman. Ashley Maraca, the senior from Broomfield, Colorado. Taylor Egan, the junior from Chaska, Minnesota, and Brianna Hofdahl, the junior from Albert Lea, Minnesota. Perry, man, I looked at that. You heard the pause prior to. I said, okay, let's go through this one phonetically. I was on a comment on the Northwest pipeline there. Probably started by yourself. Gary Crowd joining us in the chat room. Midland player and coach. Mount Mercy, of course, making their inaugural ITC appearance. The Mount Mercy Mustangs, Cedar Rapids, Iowa. Andy Dirks was recently named to the Team USA coaching staff. He is in his 3rd season. They finished 2nd in the Addison, Illinois sectional. Their roster includes Riley Blood, freshman from Ely, Iowa. Savannah Giroux, the freshman from Kenosha, Wisconsin. Alicia Hartley, the senior from Inner Grove Heights, Minnesota. Inner Grove Heights is where the Pates are from. Nick, Lauren, and Josh all bowling here this week. Abigail Miller, sophomore from Rice, Minnesota. Brianna Pate, the senior from Ankeny, Iowa. Nicole Peterson, the senior from Cedar Rapids, Iowa. And Tara Trika, the senior from Swisher, Iowa. We'll look at the rosters and teams on our feature pairs here. This is game 9 if you're just joining us. Round number 3. Again, 4 games each round. We'll have a position round, 5 rounds, and then a position round, so essentially 6 total. Game 9 on the women's side. The guys are keeping the pace up. They're already into game 10. Barry, I think I'm just going to go down after the break and just flat out ask, how do you pronounce it? Thanks for joining us, Alex. Appreciate you tuning in. Go get some work done. Feel free to come on back. We'll be here all day and all night. after 24 games of Baker. We'll have a break, take some team photos and such, and then we'll get into rounds 1 and 2 of match play this afternoon into this evening. Again, hello everyone in the chat room. Some folks we mentioned early. See Zeke Bate back checking in. He was in watching some singles action earlier in the week. Watching some team competition. Midland Warriors again from Fremont, Nebraska. Both the men and the women's teams are here. Looking to do some damage and work their way, of course, into hopefully a national title. Zeke, right now we're just looking at qualifying for seeding purposes for the teams. There'll be 24 games total, 6 rounds, including that last one being a position round. After that, of course, match play will then be best of 7. The team portion. The singles was the 3-game total pinfall format. Team competition minus qualifying will be best of 7 when we get into the match play later this afternoon. Until the finals, which is a very good point from Bluegrass 300. Team competition. TV will be best of 5. Bluegrass mentioned that. We'll give credit where credit is due. Best of 7 up until TV. It is double elimination. A little different than the singles competition where hence it is single elimination. Didn't see Zeke Bate on TV this past weekend, you missed out. Oh, he was amazing to watch. Throws it very good, but it is Zeke Bate. That guy's good. Very good bowling on TV. Not only, of course, the PBA, the Mark Roth, Marshall Holman doubles event, the NCAA Women's Bowling Championship Final, televised last weekend as well. We saw McKendree defeat Nebraska. It's been a very good month of April for our sport. Quick standings update if you are following along. Don't forget all of the links you need are in the event description. Robert Morris on the men's side continues to hold that top spot for seeding purposes. 1593 after 8 games. -7. Weber in second. 1584 Lindenwood-Belleville in third. At 1560 McKendree in fourth. Your defending men's ITC champions. 1528 Pikeville in fifth. 1518 William Patterson in sixth. 1514 Wisconsin-Whitewater in seventh. At 1502 and tied for eighth, Morehead State and Notre Dame, Ohio, 1489. Running out the rest of the 16, Wichita State, Urbana, William Penn, Calumet College, Lawrence Tech, Newman, and Midland. On the women's side, the Shockers of Wichita State have moved up into the top seed. A total of 1569 after 8 games. Trailing in second, Wisconsin-Whitewater 1531. Tie for third, Midland and Mount Mercy at 1491. Pikeville is in fifth at 1466. Savannah in sixth place at 1450. That is Savannah College of Art and Design. In seventh, Maryland Eastern Shore. A nice 268 game in game 8 to move up a little bit in the standings. They now sit again in seventh at 1442. And Lindenwood is in eighth. On the women's side at 1437. Rounding out the rest of the 16, and Stephen F. Austin in 9th, St. Francis, Illinois in 10th, Notre Dame, Ohio in 11th, Newman in 12th, McKendree in 13th, Wright State in 14th, Grandview in 15th, and the defending ITC champions on the women's side, Weber International, is in 16th. And a couple of rough games the beginning of their second block. Did Weber. Inching closer to 800 live viewers. Just shy of the 750 mark at the moment. So we encourage you to go ahead and share on social media if you haven't. Let everyone know what you're watching. 2017 Intercollegiate Team Championships. Love to see this thing get to 1,000 viewers, hopefully by the end of the day. Of course, the action will only get better as the day goes on. The intensity certainly will rise as we get into match play later this afternoon, and of course well into tomorrow. Also, we'll have some TV finalists determined after it's all said and done. Tammy, Grandview is from Des Moines, Iowa. Looking across the way, and don't forget about the live scoring link. I'm sure many of you still have that up, which is exactly what you need. No re-oil after game 12. 24 games straight through. There'll be a re-oil during the break prior to match play. Match play will be on the fresh, and then of course, round 2 essentially will be on the burn. Wisconsin-Whitewater started with the front 5. This game. And open in the 6th. So their run comes to an end. Meanwhile, Wright State on the women's side with the front 6. Wright State with their front 7. We're on lane 31. All right, nice run for Wright State women. Comes to an end in the 8th frame, but nonetheless. That's a solid question. Jay, the athletes have to bowl the same frame in every Baker game. They don't. They can be switched in the lineup. But once the game begins, it cannot be switched in that regard. You can be substituted out. Prior to a game, there can be lineup changes. So if you want to have your leadoff bowler go from 1st to 4th. Have your 3rd bowler go from bowling frames 3 and 7 to 1 and 6. You do have the ability to switch lineups, whatever helps your team be strongest at a particular point in time. Or what you might see during qualifying sometimes. And I will say back in my day, that was a lot more prevalent. Formats changed a little bit from the qualifying perspective, when match play starts, etc. Overall, the majority is still the same. Qualifying used to be very similar to sectionals. I used to bowl, I want to say, honestly, 64 Baker games. It's been so long that I kind of forgot. But I think it was 64. That sounds like a lot to bowl in one day. It's probably 32. So I'm going to go with 32. If anyone bowled in the early 2000s, if you can recall, the qualifying at minimum was about 32 Baker games. Each bowler is responsible essentially for 2 frames, as Frank has added in the chat. If you're bowling the leadoff frame, you will bowl the 6th frame. So you'll bowl 1st, 6th frame, Second will bowl frames 2 and 7. Third, 3 and 8. Fourth, 4 and 9. And your anchor player will hold down the fort. You hopefully close it out. He or she will close it out. Frames 5 and 10. This is round 3. Some teams have finished up. Some of the men's teams got started a little early. It also helps when you strike often. That means, of course, you spend less time. Nice 229 game on the end of round 3 for Wisconsin-Whitewater. Weber International 212 to end round 3, minus 14 for Weber. Wright State. Tough ending to what was a very good game, or a very good start. Open 9th and 10th. Shoot 225 on the women's side. Stephen F. Austin. NCAA champs. Got a good game brewing here as well. And 250 out there. Of course, they are anchored by Stephanie Schwartz. Stephanie has made a return trip to the Intercollegiate Singles Championships TV show. She is a semifinalist. I don't know if anyone saw Ashland Hoyt, but Ashland, good luck as you continue your bowling career in its young stages. We hope to see you at some point on this very same stage with these great athletes as well. And I have no doubts that you will accomplish all of your goals. Frank, thank you. It used to be indeed 32 games. I recall leaving the bowling center at, like, I don't know, maybe 10. Short turnaround and back at it at 8 a.m. to get match play started. But those were the days. You didn't complain. That's what it was about. Midland with 183. Good conversion there for Morehead State. Lawrence Tech. Tech right now minus 215, but clean game going here. They're down on 14. In the standings after 8 games, Lawrence Tech was in 14th at 14-16 after 8 Baker games. Our 24 Baker games. In regards to the Wisconsin-Whitewater request, A, can you let me know if you're talking about men or women? And then B, let's see if they will get slightly closer to us here, the angle from where they are currently. It's okay for viewing purposes, but it's certainly not the best. They will be, however, on the featured pair. In round 5 from the men's perspective. You just missed them if you're just joining us in round 2 for the women. Update on Robert Morris. They are minus 68 currently. Misspoke earlier. Thought they were near the end of round 3. That game they were not. This should be it. But right now they are minus 68 with 63 in the 4th on a spare. So not too shabby. Look across the board. Current standings, the way they read. Again, the plus and minuses do follow the teams throughout their scores on the scoreboards. However, International is minus 2 and leading the way in that category. Lindenwood-Belleville is minus 67, and Robert Morris is minus 68. So right now, that's your 1, 2, 3 on the men's side. No problem, Anthony. Also be sure to check out. And let me double check if it says that on the live scoring link. They do have the totals available for you as well. A good way to stay kind of in tune to what's going on there as well. Steve Flynn sounds very familiar. It's a very familiar name. I want to say Vincennes. Frank Lewis, UCF, Frank? Is that right? But if you're just joining us, you're watching the 2017 Intercollegiate Team Championships. This is the qualifying, or beginning of qualifying. I guess we're midway through at this point. We'll have qualifying throughout. 24 Baker games this morning. We'll have a position round to determine, of course, the high qualifiers and the final seeding. Nice shot there from Scott Hill. Scott Hill has been doing some work here. Not only today, but in the singles competition as well. And then we'll have a break. Here on site, teams will take photos, team pictures. And then we'll get started with rounds 1 and 2 of match play. Good to know my memory is not completely gone as I age. Hope you guys are well, though. A lot of fun times. I think I remember exactly what you guys are talking about. Rubber shot 222 on the end of round 3 here. They could be back in the plus. No doubt that Weber, solid team and group. Start to see some, of course, some major transition take place. Where we kind of hone in a little bit as well to get an idea of what we may see in the latter portions of match play rounds and deep into matches when we're looking at games 6 and 7 and which lane is better, left or right. All those things come into play. Lane choice, who's better on this lane? Is the left side better potentially? Hey, can we get into 6-0 on this pair? Hey, is 4 or 5 still available if we want to play there? Good shot there from Midland. Trying to finish strong in the 10th frame. A strong start for Midland. Front 3, spare, strike. The old 3-6. Strike open and now a double. And now finishing up round 3 as the pin setters turn off. Make sure everyone can start as close as possible so everyone can be on time. That way no one gets delayed and is waiting, etc. At least not too long. 3-bagger there for Midland women in the 10th. Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, I am Emil. I am with the crew, Aaron Smith and Jason Thomas. My name is Emil Williams Jr. Again, welcome to the Raising Cane's River Center in Baton Rouge, Louisiana. The site of the 2017 Intercollegiate Team Championships. This is a specially constructed field. Essentially for the USBC Women's Championships, which actually kicks off on Sunday. But of course, the best bowlers in college bowling had a chance to break it in essentially for the women as they come to town beginning on Sunday. NCAA's last week, ITC's, ISC's this week. Jacob Hazel doing his thing. I saw him at Junior Gold last year. He made a nice run in the U20 division. We've seen him, of course, over the last few years, obviously at Morehead State as well. That fact really shocked me, I'll be honest, when I looked at the program. I've been looking at college bowling programs for a little while now, a couple years. But I don't think it ever hit me. I don't think I knew that they didn't have a national title. They've had so many great teams over the past years, well beyond my time in college bowling. Go all the way back, of course, to Chris Hester days, for example. During my time, we had David O'Sullivan, Scott Thornton, Justin Van Dorkel, Johnny Petraglia Jr. on Morehead State. My guy right there. Most recently, Adam Vaughn, Mike Kahn. Pretty sure Zach Doty went to Morehead State. That's some pretty talented players. Zach, of course, in the pit area as an assistant coach now for Morehead State. .195 for Morehead State. Final shot for Lindenwood-Belleville. Trying to end things on a 5-bagger. That looks pretty good. Lindenwood-Belleville's been one of these teams that has been pretty darn good during qualifying so far. 189 on the end. Round 3. Like the lone men's pair going is 15 and 16. That's a little far away. So how about a little wide shot of the venue and some women's bowling. one more game on 29 and 30. And we'll get you back to that in just a second, but give you a brief tour of what the venue looks like. You see, of course, you've seen some of the masking units already, but masking units have previous champions, both singles and team. The high end of the Raising Cane's River Center. The women's teams here. Down here, Newman and Wichita State. Ongoing, Pikeville and Weber International. Lindenwood and Savannah wrapping up on 43 and 44. I see some of the spectators. As the teams move, of course they move. They get the best seat they can. Take you back briefly. To Mount Mercy and Midland. Big thanks to William Penn University. That is indeed the official YouTube account of the school. We appreciate it. Thanks for watching. Just, what, four teams finishing up here. And round 3, Mount Mercy and Midland will be the last ones done here. So we'll see if the men will begin things. As they are all done, their scoreboards have flipped. And they are essentially ready to go. All right, William Penn and Urbana. They are officially off and running round 4 of the men's ITC qualifying. See some of the women's competitors. Get a chance to break briefly as 29 and 30 finishes up. Weber does have their men and women's teams here. Lindenwood University Belleville has a men's team, and Lindenwood University St. Charles has their women's team here. The LU St. Charles men just missed an ITC berth by a couple of sticks, unfortunately. Up there at the time, which was the longest current active streak, I believe, at 13 years in a row. No problem on the live stream. We thank you for watching. Don't forget, all of your informational needs are in the event description. Live scoring, qualifying results, and the featured pair assignments. Right now, let's take a look at what we have in our men's featured pair here in round 4. Of course, it is Urbana and William Penn. We'll start with William Penn, the statesman from Oskaloosa, Iowa. Mark Van Wyck, in his 7th year, led the squad to a 4th place sectional finish in Addison, Illinois, which is not the easiest sectional to get through, by the way. 14th in the team power rankings. No national titles. They are making their 2nd ITC appearance. Had 4 top 5 finishes during the 2016-2017 season. Sophomore Nick Walker led the team with a 204 average. Quincy Bruce, the junior from Cedar Rapids, Iowa. David Decker, freshman from Payton, Colorado. Stian Hoff, the senior from Norway. Ryan Howard, the senior from King, North Carolina. Brett Kymick, the junior from Davenport, Iowa. Lucas Peridu, the senior from DeWitt, Iowa. Curtis Majeka, the junior from Elgin, Illinois, and Nick Walker, the sophomore from Zeeland, Michigan, make up the roster for William Penn. If I mispronounced a name, I apologize. Right, and for Urbana, the Blue Knights from Urbana, Ohio, led by Phil Baker. In his 8th year, finished 2nd at the Smyrna sectional, I should say. making their 4th consecutive ITC appearance. Of course, made a great run back in, I believe, 2014. A runner-up in the ITCs. Collected a victory this season at the Buckeye Baker Classic. Lucas Purdue, thank you very much, Mr. E. Continuing on with Urbana. Senior Kyle Cook, 2nd team All-American. So an IBMA Bowler of the Year runner-up, collected 2 individual wins on his way to averaging 213.6 for the Blue Knights during the regular season. Their roster includes Eric Bader, the sophomore from Brunswick, Ohio. Josh Brandt Parkin, the senior from Canada. Kyle Cook, of course, from Centerville, Ohio. Dalton Cooper, senior from Beaver Creek, Ohio. Trey Cooper, the senior from South Charleston, Ohio. Cody Schultz, the senior from Wapakoneta, Ohio. Terry Snyder, the sophomore from Cincinnati. And Austin Sweet, the freshman from Springfield, Ohio. So a couple of seniors on the roster for Urbana. Yeah, that's a tough statement there, Daniel. It's it's not easy. Really, their 2nd time bowling on the pattern. They did have a practice session yesterday. Now, back in the day, we didn't have practice sessions, so they've got some aid in that, but overall, no knowledge of the pattern. They're learning essentially as they go. Now, if you're talking about, for example, executing shots, that's a little different. All right, the women now officially into round 4 as well. We are joined now by Weber International, the defending ITC champions, and University of St. Francis, Illinois. To their right, Savannah College of Art and Design, making their first ITC appearance, and Stephen F. Austin. Made now 6 consecutive ITC appearances. They're one of the NCAA schools that enjoy competing for multiple titles. Won an NCAA title. Maryland Eastern Shore is here as well from the NCAA ranks, as well as McKendree. To the left of our men's featured pair, Morehead State and Lawrence Tech. And there is Kyle Cook. You see him on lane 28 there. Good shot up to 4-9. And then it's the 5-bagger to the slow start for Urbana this game. I tell you, see if we'll have Lawrence Tech. We will have them after this round. Lawrence Tech. We'll talk more about them when they get here. Making their first appearance as well. A couple of wins. That's a couple folks who, not just a couple, all of them, who are pretty darn good. Teams who make their first initial ITC appearance as a whole. It can be a little nerve-wracking, I'm sure, even as an individual, if it's your first time at the event. Maybe not so much as qualifying. You get the butterflies, you get a little nervous to start, then you kind of settle in. Match play can be a little different. It may take you a few frames to settle in. The difference in match play, you don't really have a few frames to get settled down. You got to be ready to go from the start. Because you could look up and next thing you know, you're out of the turn. Let's take a look at Weber. Defending ITC champs. Led by Randy Stout in his 8th year. Finished first at Allentown in the Northeast from a sectional standpoint. Second in the team power rankings. Now 3 national titles in what is still essentially a very young program. It is rare to win a title in your first year of existence, but Weber women are able to pull that off. They've got 3, 2010, 2012, and 2016. Again, 8 consecutive ITC appearances. If that's not a measure of success, I don't know what is. Weber won the Brunswick Southern Collegiate Classic, Tier 1, the SCAD Baker Spring Shootout, or Baker Shootout, I beg your pardon, the Spring Hill Tournament, and the FSU Seminole Invitational. They've got a pretty good chance at repeating, considering their talent level and lineup, and will be looking to become the first team to successfully defend their title since West Texas A&M won back-to-back titles in 1987 and 1988. All right, moving on with Weber, of course. Their roster, Anna Andersson, the freshman from Sweden. Taylor Boltice, a senior from Coral Springs, Florida. Taylor will be, has already locked up, I should say, a spot on TV. She is an Intercollegiate Singles Championships semi-finalist. She bowled great. Becca Zaplansky, a senior from my hometown, Chicago. Shout out to Shottown. Caitlin Johnson, a freshman from Beaumont, Texas. Melissa Markowitz, the freshman from Port St. Lucie, Florida. Kelly Skalecki, the junior from Long Island, New York. Stephanie Vitero, the freshman from Canada, and Nicole Williams, the senior from Brooksville, Florida. The team that lost a couple of key players, Tawny Valmer, Daria Paiute, Verity Crawley, Desiree Negron, and they keep on moving. Mentioned that fast fact about Weber trying to defend their title and successfully do it first time since 87-88 when West Texas A&M did it. There is a PWBA legend who is in the top 10 all-time career titles, who is on those teams. That's a trivia question for the chat room. No prizes, but good general conversation. What PWBA legend is in the all-time, in the top 10 of the all-time PWBA career titles list? Helped lead West Texas A&M to back-to-back national titles. Talk about St. Francis momentarily. Urbana, meanwhile, with 5 in a row, getting lined up on lane 28. Teams bowled 2 games, essentially on their starting lane, and then they switch after those 2. Eric Platte, you are correct. Carolyn Doran Ballard. Our All-American. Of course, at the time, the school was West Texas State. But her resume collegiately, as you would expect. Mentioned the titles, of course. She was on the all-tournament team in 87 and 89. She was the 88-89 most valuable player and a 3-time first-team All-American. At some point, I don't doubt that one of these ladies competing today may have that type of resume already or will achieve it collegiately and then move on, hopefully, to some of the things that we have seen CDB do. Oh, Tinelli. You know, if I had prizes, Tinelli, I would. That's not my area. I'm sure people just lined up to get my autograph on a headshot. I think I missed a good question, however, in the chat room. I believe that is from one Chris Preble. I could be wrong on that, but that's just my guess. Chris, the answer to that question, I believe, is it belongs to Calumet College of St. Joseph on the men's side. This year makes 11 consecutive for the Crimson Wave. at the front 8 on lane 18, Wisconsin-Whitewater. Didn't see what the lead was in the 9th frame, but it is a 9 count. A good start for Wisconsin-Whitewater here. Oh, Joey. Can't be biased, man. I'm a broadcaster. Good to hear from you, Chris. Chris was in my top list of favorite coaches to compete against. Probably pretty happy about Josh Taylor's success. Josh representing Fresno State, bowled very well, of course. That's an understatement, to be quite honest with you. He is a intercollegiate singles semifinalist as well. So you'll get a chance to see him no matter what on TV in May. He will bowl for a singles title on Saturday morning. I will say one of the cooler things about bowling in college, and it's something that people say all the time, but it's true. It's almost cliche in a sense, but it's the relationships and the people that you meet, the relationship that you carry on really throughout life. Whether it's teammates, opposing players, opponents, coaches. It certainly helps when you still work in the industry, of course, but even still. Nice pickup there from Jacob Yezel. The old 1-2-8-10. Morehead State over on lane 25. How about that? Tammy Turner was on that squad. Big shout out to Mark Scroggins checking in the chat room. Mark's another good example of that. Done great work over at West Texas A&M. Fair enough, Dennis. The teams bowled 2 games on 1 lane and then switch. So this is the 2nd game for Weber and the University of St. Francis. The girls about a game behind the men at this point. Yo, Dustin, that's a good question, and one that I'm pretty sure I think I know. I wasn't around for it, but I was watching, as I mentioned earlier, from wherever I was at the time, because LU was doing very well, of course. I've got to look that up now. and the semifinals. I remember all of the excitement. Yep. Let's see, the 2014 Wichita State Shockers. Who would be on that team? Francois Lavoie. That'd be one. Pretty sure he won ISCs in 2014 before he got a haircut. Before he shot 300 at the US Open. That would be one champion. Now, when you say national champion, Dustin, are you talking about collegiate national champion or professional? I just want to make sure I get my people together. I'd probably go with McNeil. A.J. Chapman. By the way, 267 for Wisconsin-Whitewater. After that strong start with the front eight, they went 9 spare, 9 spare, 9. I'll take that. Well, Chris, you'll be happy to know that Joshua is a very good young man. Talked with him yesterday. No, he doesn't have any. Didn't have any fans, unfortunately. Talked about this. Hey, man, you could use that to your advantage. You know, mentally, you just say, hey, it's just me against the world. You just go at it. But he didn't need me to tell him that, though. He took care of that all by himself. I'm gonna go with Matt McNeil, Francois Lavoie, A.J. Chapman. William Penn 4 in a row after an open in the 4th. Lawrence Tech. Tough first frame. Got it together in the middle and on the back end to shoot 232. Before we continue on, let's take a look at the University of St. Francis, Illinois, because they deserve the same recognition as everyone else I've given. And you know why? Because they deserve it. They're here, and they are good. 4th ranked team in the team ranking system, the power rankings, led by Tony Talley, George Contos, his assistant, 2 individuals with a lot of knowledge. St. Francis is located in Joliet, Illinois. Not too far, of course, from the city of Chicago. Making their 3rd consecutive ITC appearance, trying to build their own streak. Won the Western Shootout, the Warhawk Open, and the Storm Hoinke Classic. Junior Nicole Troha and freshman Abby Ragsdale each had an individual win during the regular season. In fact, Abby Ragsdale picked up another piece of hardware last night. She was named the National Collegiate Bowling Coaches Association Rookie of the Year on the women's side. So again, congratulations to Abby. Their roster includes Lauren Douglas, the senior from Phoenix, Courtney Fowler, the senior from Romeoville, Illinois, Allison Lakota, the senior from Shorewood, Illinois, Autumn Lee, the senior from Plainfield, Illinois, Sarah Miklowitz, the senior from Homer Glen, Illinois. I mentioned Abby Ragsdale, the freshman from Aurora, Illinois, and Lauren Trohan and her sister Nicole from Lockport, Illinois. You heard me read off the amount of seniors on that roster. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. When you got that type of class, that means A, you got something special. You did a great job on the recruiting scene. You had some great players to come to your institution, to your program, and buy in. When you get a senior-laden group, the accomplishments tend to rack up, and you can see just the experience. It's their third consecutive ITC appearance. So this senior class, no matter what happens here, will leave this event knowing they got this program off to a very good start, along with Coach Talley and Coach Contos. Okay, Midland University. I'll see your Midland and raise you another Midland. Midland, let's start with the men. Midland minus 264. We'll take a look and see if some of the standings have been updated. Front three, 9 spare 8. They are into game 3 of this 4-game block in round 4. The Midland women. Minus 155. They're down on lanes 41 and 42. Currently on 42. With Lindenwood on 41. William Patterson. Minus 106 at the moment. Couple opens to start game 3 of round 4. Game 15 overall. 6 spare and a double. Tammy, that's pretty close. But Katie went to Weber International. In fact, if I'm not mistaken, she was on the first team to make nationals and, of course, also win the national title. I think she won 2 with Weber. Aaron mentioned it a little bit earlier, but be sure to be on the lookout for the upcoming issue of Bowler's Journal International. A very good piece written by our own Terry Bigham on the Savannah College Art and Design program. Katie Thornton and her drive and love for coaching. Very good story there, so be sure to check that out. Again, the upcoming issue, I believe the May issue of Bowler's Journal International. However, as Frank beat me to it, assisting Katie Thornton is Bridget Coleman, formerly Bridget Harrelson. She did attend University of Central Florida and did receive coaching by one of the greats, Pat Costello. She is here, however, Tammy, so you were, you probably saw her, I imagine, on your screen. Keaton, that's a good question. I think I'll pose that one to everyone in the chat room because that's there's a lot of answers. I think there's no one way, but there's certainly some ways or some things that you should do for yourself to help your cause. One would be, and this is just me talking, research. Research some programs that will be in line with what you see yourself doing in the future. And I'm talking about from an academic standpoint. If you can match that up, of course, obviously you'd like to go to a bowling school, I imagine, because you're asking about that. But make sure you look at the whole spectrum of it. want to be a fit for the program, not just the program, but the university as well. You want to make sure you get everything you can out of your collegiate experience. Then from a actual bowling perspective, of course, the word practice comes to mind. Not Allen Iverson practice, but legitimate practice. If you don't have one, got to get a solid coach to help you out, some video and things like that. You want to be as versatile as possible. So that way when you get to this level, you'll certainly already have an idea. Then the coaching at the respective programs will kind of help you, then take you to another level as well. All right, folks, it is about noon Central Time. Already in the afternoon if you're watching on Eastern Standard Time or the East Coast. Still maybe having a bagel or two for some breakfast on the West Coast. Very good answer, Brandon. So I say, folks, feel free to help out Keaton Van Sickle there. Had some questions about some tips on getting into college bowling. There are many of us who have spoken this chat. I would say, Keaton, that I would say it's changed ever so slightly in the sense of from a recruiting perspective. I think there's more recruiting opportunities perhaps now than 12, 13 years ago. But there's got to be a level of persistence and sometimes take it upon yourself to be able to reach out to particular coaches and schools and find out some info, let them know you're interested, etc. Don't just wait for them to come. That may not happen. But if you put in that little extra work, it'll probably work out for you. Of course, depending on where you are right now, no matter what, a good place to start would be the the bowling combine, beg your pardon, which is held at the ITRC on the International Bowling Campus. That is a great way for coaches to see you. And they run you essentially through a combine. I would equate it to, everyone is familiar with the college football combine. So think that, but think bowling. Think physical attributes, think accuracy, speed control, targeting, launch angles, different things, the axis, rotation, till all those things they measure. And they give all of that data. You have it. Coaches get a chance to take a look at it. Coaches are also on hand. So that's also a very good way to not only get some good instruction, see where you are, but also talk to coaches at the same time. Be sure to check that out on bowl.com. Check it out also at Bowling ITRC Again, bowlingitrc.com. They have a actual tab on the bowling combine itself. All of the information and what goes into it. So not only athletes but parents can get an understanding of what's going on there as well. They'll have a flyer for you to download. William Penn, the 3-bagger. Boy, qualifying has just not been kind to the Weber women. And it's kind of odd. But if they go on to finish the 24 Baker games today, and let's say they're a high double-digit seed, that would be the equivalent of facing a 10th-seeded Wichita State in the NCAA men's basketball tournament in the first round. Like, that's just not what you want to do. I mean, like, who would want to see a Wichita-Weber first-round matchup? That would be crazy. I would want to see that. You're right, actually. That's a terrible question. Everyone would want to see it. But hypothetically, like, wow, what? In the first round? Man. Fidel, that's pretty cool. I just learned something. Started the program over at Judson. Last couple of times I was home, I saw a few Judson shirts. I'm familiar with the institution, but didn't know that there was a bowling, or was aware there was a bowling program, but didn't know really anything about it outside of there was a bowling program. So that's fantastic. Congratulations. Nice shot from William Penn here. 5 in a row and a spare make. The old 3, 6, 7, 10. Well done. University of St. Francis, Illinois. CCAC. Spent some time. Let's see, CCAC. I don't think St. Xavier University is in the CCAC, but I'm familiar with that due to them. I think they're in the league with St. Francis, University of St. Francis, actually, but I think I'm thinking of teams like Robert Morris. St. Ambrose is in the CCAC. How about that? Oh, St. Xavier, right. There's two sides of it. I knew I wasn't crazy. Spent some time at St. Xavier. As a sports information assistant volunteer. A pretty good school, pretty good university. Abby Ragsdale in the 10th frame brings the double after the clutch spare in the 9th. There is always one in the chat room. All right, just like that, Urbana and William Penn, they are done. Pretty good set there for both teams. They started to bowl, or excuse me, had some success on this pair. Broken down a little bit, of course. Had 16 games on it now. St. Francis and Weber International. Now moving into game 16. Just about all the women's teams have done that as well. McKendree, very nice game here in this round 264. And the front seven. We've seen a couple of strings from teams this season, or excuse me, this round. Look out. This season. It's not over yet, sir. It's not over. Bowler Smart, Melbourne. Wow, Bowler Smart all the way out. Is that Melbourne, Australia or Florida? Michael K. Wow, when I was at the school, great people over at St. Xavier University. Rob Huizenga does a fantastic job as the sports information director. But we talked a lot about bowling. I was going. I think it was at the time I was working at the Open Championship, so we talked a little bit about that and. We get into bowling, and I said, you know, this would be a great place to start a bowling team. It'd be a great university. It's in a great location. It's in Chicago, so from a recruiting perspective, that certainly would help. There's a bowling center from a practice perspective, not too far down the way. And that's fantastic to see that the program will be starting this fall. So I'm looking forward to that. NAIA teams continue to grow and get stronger as well. College bowling, folks, has grown exponentially. Another record for teams here this season. Teams that mentioned NAIA squads. Still club programs that's recognized, of course, at the varsity level. I mean, but you just can't beat this. Men, 10 women. That's fantastic, Mike. Are you involved, Michael, in any way? Well, if there's anything you can tell now, just as far as practice, I imagine you might practice at arena. Going back up, I know I missed a question. Nice comment there about Lindenwood-Belleville from Christo Rice. About that on the squad, on Belleville squad, first ITC appearance. Come a long way. You know, programs only generally get better. Just overall, I mean, everyone gets acclimated, they get accustomed, they get used to teammates and coaches. And generally, when teams have success, that certainly helps from a recruiting perspective as well. Timothy, I knew I had missed your question. First of all, shout out to Timothy watching from Oregon and everyone watching there as well. That is a very good question as far as how does the IBC development and youth staff choose the locations. I do know it is a part of a bid process. I'm going to do my best to try to get you a little more information. To Gary Brown. In fact, I sent him a note. He sent one back. Gary Brown is the managing director of IBC Youth. If you have a request for a bid proposal or some general questions about how to get that process started, be sure to send him a note. Send him a request at G Brown. Again, that is G Brown at IBCYouth.com. We will have whoever is the top two seeds for both men and women on the live stream in the position round. Brandon. Oh, look at Michael. Okay, that's how he knows everything. Well, congratulations, sir. That is fantastic. I wish nothing but the best for college bowling and certainly St. Xavier, because there are some great folks there. Winding things down here on the women's side. Wisconsin-Whitewater have made their way on down to 27 and 28. Let us take a look. It's been a little while since we have at the standings. These are after 12 games. If you haven't seen them, you can find that link in the event description, or you can find it on bowl.com/ITC. Weber International, the men, on top after 12 Baker games plus 20. Morehead State in second at 23-23, just a pin behind Lindenwood-Belleville at 23-22. Robert Morris, Illinois in fourth, tied with McKendree at 23-02. Wichita State in sixth at 22-86. Wisconsin-Whitewater 22-77. Notre Dame, Ohio at 22-68. Rounding out the 16 teams, William Patterson in ninth, Pikeville in 10th, Urbana in 11th, Lawrence Tech in 12th, Calumet in 13th, William Penn in 14th, Midland in 15th, and in 16th is Newman. On the women's side, again, these are after 12 Baker games. Wichita State leading with 23-17 in the book so far. In second, Wisconsin-Whitewater, 22:58. Midland in third at 22:48. Lindenwood is in fourth at 22:33. Maryland Eastern Shore in fifth at 21:91. Stephen F. Austin 21:75. Newman at 21:68. And Wright State in eighth at 21:63. Rounding out the 16 for the women, 9 through 16, St. Francis in 9th, Savannah in 10th, McKendree in 11th, Pikeville is in 12th, Notre Dame, Ohio is in 13th, Mount Mercy is in 14th, Grandview is in 15th, and a matchup that could potentially happen. Weber is in 16th on the women's side, and there could be a Wichita State Weber International first round match. It could happen, folks. We've got several games to go. But that is a possibility at this point. How about that? No problem, Tim. I'm sure they would be happy to chat. There are a lot of great bowling, some friends and bowlers I've met over the last few years from the Pacific Northwest, Washington, Oregon. Shout out to Andrew. He joined us during our singles competition. I mentioned he was at Highland Community College. Good crew there on the coaching staff. Gail Myers Jr., Chris Beach. I think he mentioned Mr. Johnson as well. Fidel, I did bowl with Brian and Daniel. Absolutely, two of my good friends to this day. All right, women's team's now making the flip, folks. We got a couple matches ongoing here. McKendree still in business in Grandview. With a couple of shots of them. The 2017 NCAA champs. I must be the bad luck for Brianna Clemmer because all I did was strike, or excuse me, all she did was strike these last couple of weeks. She struck a lot yesterday too in the singles competition. Had a chance to see what's going on the high side of the venue. Again, the women are just about finishing up. We'll get back to our feature pair here momentarily, but just to give you an idea of what the men's side looks like. The masking units. All right, gave you a little peek there, and now back to action on 27 and 28. Another solid grouping for our featured pair. Lawrence Tech, talked a little bit about them in our last round as they were a pair to the left. and Wisconsin-Whitewater and the success that they've had this season. For the women, we'll have Maryland Eastern Shore, the MEAC champions of 2017. Good tournament last week at the NCAA Women's Championships. And now trying to do some damage here at the ITC. So the rare teams who have won both an NCAA title and an ITC title in the same season. Talk about a program that has been very successful. Go back to the early 2000s and Sharon Brummel starting that program up. They've had a number of successful alums. Angie Ramirez Perea, who was here in Baton Rouge. Saw her yesterday checking out some of the singles competition. Was at last night's Night of Champions banquet as well. Christina Zerbinski, formerly Christina Fromm. Tania Moore, formerly Tania Falbo. Maria Jose Rodriguez. And the list continues to go on and on for Maryland Eastern Shore. Kayla Bandy, the head coach for UMES. Jacqueline Aroda, she's guaranteed a television spot as well, one of the 4 semifinalists in the Intercollegiate Singles Championships. Wisconsin-Whitewater, excuse me, Maryland Eastern Shore joined by Notre Dame College of Ohio. Another very good young program looking for success. Eastern Shore off to a good start. Jackie Rhoda with a strike. For Whitewater, now +4. A good block. Team that is, I'm not saying they're underrated at all. I think most teams currently really understand just how good Whitewater is, but I think they no longer fly under the radar, if you will. Nick Crummell did a great job of that. He's an assistant. Sean Walker, of course, the 2017 NCBCA Coach of the Year. Mentioned Sean a little bit earlier, his college bowling experience, winning 2 titles, or I believe 2. I could be shortchanging him. Might have won 3 in a row, I can't remember. He definitely won a couple at Western Illinois. For Coach Randy Widger. He was a good dude as well. All right, folks, this is game 17 of 24. In other words, this is game 1 of round 4. Oh, excuse me, round 5, I beg your pardon. So halfway home, just about, or a little more so. Now about, what, 65%, maybe 70? Oh no, 75% actually. Guess I'm giving Aaron Smith heart attacks by telling him the wrong numbers. I believe the standings are up. They are updated here locally. Not so much as online, but from what I can tell, on the women's side, Wichita State still leading now after 12. Oh no, the women's not updated yet, so we'll wait till that changes. I believe I saw something different on the men's side. The men were first to get done, indeed. The men after 16 games, Wisconsin-Whitewater now your high qualifier as it stands currently at +4. The only team plus, Weber International was second. We'll wait till that flips around again, and I'll read it faster. Folks, we hope you're enjoying this live coverage of the Intercollegiate Team Championships. If you've joined us at all this week, we had the singles championships qualifying and match play portion. We whittled that down to our 4 semifinalists, 4 on the men's side and 4 on the women's side. They will compete Saturday morning, just ahead of the team competition. The ISC men's match play, semifinals, I beg your pardon, will take place during session 1. The women's team finals will take place at about 11 o'clock, and then in the afternoon will be the women, the ISC semifinalists. They will bowl. We'll have the finals, of course, and then the ITC men's finals will essentially cap off the evening. And then the athletes get a chance to unwind and relax on Saturday afternoon and enjoy a dance. We've been about 730 plus strong, about 700 throughout the day. Thank you so much. Feel free to hit that the like button, give it the old thumbs up. Timothy, if you are still watching, Tim from Oregon had a question about bids, locations. Mentioned, of course, the email and where to send your request to get some informative information. That's the same thing. Once you send that, of course, Gary Brown would then send you everything you would need. So you'll know what exactly is necessary and the requirements, etc. I believe there are a few years open in the coming years, so if you are certainly interested, be sure to reach out. McKendree and the Wisconsin-Whitewater doing some work over on 31 and 32. It's an NCAA battle right there. Scores starting to get a little higher, which not to be expected as the day goes on. A little area created. Teams able to adjust. Maybe move a little left. Sometimes you get a little free hook. Shout out to Maggie Z. That just made my day right there. I don't even know if I can continue. Mags. Shout out to my boy Henry as well, her brother. Andrew. I enjoyed every second in St. Charles. It is not the same St. Charles that it is now. I talked to some of the current students, the current bowlers. I know there are a lot of different things on campus, around campus. I can't say that, you know, coming from a place like Chicago, that I was culture shocked, if you will. I really wasn't. I knew that there's nothing like Chicago, and just throwing that out there. But St. Charles has its own unique entities and stuff. The one thing I learned immediately, though, and this is no shout to, no disrespect to all my Missouri friends, not a big fan of the St. Louis Dolphins. That's about the one negative for me. And from Chicago, I mean, could you really expect less from me? Shout out to Cameron Weir. Talked about the Pacific Northwest. He's part of that crew. Did a lot of work for Robert Morris, Illinois. Now doing work as a professional. Jordan Towers. Also RMU. Jordan also from the Chi as well. That was pretty cool, Andrew, to, you know, but it really, that's exactly what the college experience should be about, right? You go to something different, never been there, but you've got to adjust and learn and grow to be an adult and all of that fun stuff, which I would certainly love to go back to right now. That adulting is so overrated. Eastern Shore struggling a little bit here. A tough end to the game for Notre Dame, Ohio as well. Men already into game 18. We have the men on game 18 and the women, at least 30 or 29 and 30, excuse me, just finishing up. Nice shot there from Tashina Rouse. You can generally find her in the anchor position for this Maryland Eastern Shore squad. Mentioned the long line of successful bowlers for Maryland Eastern Shore. She would be one to certainly add to that list. Mariana Alvarado would be another. moving right along, folks. I don't think we got into, I don't think we met the teams that we're watching. I don't think I did that. So let's do that. How about Lawrence Tech? The Blue Devils from Southfield, Michigan. Led by head coach Jerome Pincha, the third season. They finished second in Allentown behind Weber. 18th in the team ranking system, the power ratings. No national titles because this is their first ITC appearance. So congrats to Lawrence Tech. A couple of wins. Racers Classic, the RC Warrior Fall Classic, the Adrian College Open, and had a couple of conference meet wins as well as the conference championship. A lot of conferences developing, or a lot of conferences being developed, with champions, of course, to be crowned. I think that's pretty cool. As college bowling really gets into the college athletic mode, essentially. Joseph Alford, sophomore from South Lyon, Michigan. Elliot Arnold, a senior from Wayne, Michigan, reading the roster for Lawrence Tech. Jordan Bryant, sophomore from Detroit. Shout out to the D. Nicholas Gillimet, I believe that is correct, a freshman from Macomb, Michigan. Robert Karras, a senior from Wyoming, Michigan. Chase Kaufman, the freshman from Swartz Creek, Michigan. Kyle McGrath, the freshman from Davison, Michigan. And Jerome Pincha II, a senior from Shelby Township, Michigan. Mentioned Wisconsin-Whitewater. Many know who they are already. Well, let's get into it a little bit. Of course, Sean Walkner, in his 7th season at the helm, finished 3rd in Addison. During sectionals, the 5th ranked team, or rated team, in the team ranking system. This is their 5th appearance overall at the ITCs. They made their first way back in 2008, and did not return until 2014. They have not missed since then. 2 Tier 1s this season for the Warhawks. They captured the program's, of course, first Tier 1 titles this season. Those were at the Keystone Quaker Classic and the Kegel ISBPA Midwest Classic. They also won the Warhawk Open and just swept the Great Lakes Bowling Conference meets and titles and championships and everything in between. David Eggers, the freshman from New Lenox, Illinois. They're in the Providence Catholic High School area. And if I mispronounce a name, I apologize. Please correct me in the chat. I give you all the permission to do so. Hopefully you do it in a nice way. Billy Fortish, the senior from Chicago. Josh Pate, brother of Nick from Midland, and brother of Lauren from McKendree. Actually, the twin brother to Lauren as well. The sophomore from Inner Grove Heights, Minnesota. Josh Snyder, the sophomore from Fond du Lac, Wisconsin. Aaron Turner, the junior from Kenosha, Wisconsin. Aaron Turner bowled very well in the singles competition also in the ISCs. He is from Kenosha. Chris Wiley, the junior from Freeport. Ryan Winters, the freshman from Livonia, Michigan. And Zach Wolfel, first-team All-American. And a senior from Chilton, Wisconsin. Catching up on some chat things. Absolutely, Dennis. From the St. Charles, Missouri talk. Oh, nice messenger. Zach in the 10th frame for Wisconsin-Whitewater. Kevin Bruning was a great individual, great person, always the nicest dude to us as players, and we come up to practice. Obviously get there early, often a lot. I'd stay late often. He'd be there most of the time. He did a lot of work at St. Charles Lanes. I used to do a little work and learn there. He'd help me out with certain things, putting letters up on the signs and all that kind of stuff. But just an overall great dude. Record holder at one point with his brother Keith, the most 300s by brothers. Great dude, and he certainly will be missed. All right, let's take a look at Maryland Eastern Shore. Talked a little bit about them. Let's meet the roster, of course. Mentioned Kayla Bandy in her 4th season. Kayla, of course, no stranger to college bowling herself, as a former Pikeville University alum, or player, I should say. She is an alum of the school, a Hall of Famer at the school at that. As well, they finished 2nd, the Allentown, Pennsylvania sectional behind Weber International. They are the Hawks of Maryland Eastern Shore, located in Princess Anne, Maryland. 2 national titles, the ITCs, 2011 and 2013. They've got 13 total ITC appearances. Kind of broken down into 3 segments from 2003 to 2006, missed 2007. Came back from 2008 to 2014, missed 2015, and now have made the last 2 appearances. Another good shot there from the Hawks. Deshaina Sorouse, we mentioned her, graduate student named MEAC Bowler of the Year for the 2nd consecutive year. Sophomore, of course, Jackie Rhoda and junior Melanie Copey also earned all MEAC status, making the 2nd and 3rd teams, respectively. Roster includes Danielle August, sophomore from Mililani, Hawaii. That sounds like a place I should be right now. Melanie Copey, junior from Ontario, New York. Alexandra Hernandez, the sophomore from Venezuela. Kayla Hicks, the freshman from Richmond, Virginia. Bridget Jacobs, the freshman from Freeport, Illinois. Jaleesa Johnson, the junior from Del Mar, Delaware. Jackie Rhoda from Portage, Indiana, which is in northwest Indiana, which makes Aaron happy every single time we talk about it. And Deshaina Sorouse, the graduate student from Aruba. All right, I appreciate everyone tuning in. If you're coming and going, thank you for dropping in. We will see you a little later. If you are just logging on, we say hello to you. You are watching the 2017 Intercollegiate Team Championships live from the Raising Cane's River Center in Baton Rouge, Louisiana, where you should enjoy the culture. All types of fantastic things to do, great food, great music, and overall a very happening city. In Baton Rouge, of course, if you're a fan of college sports, you know this is the home of Louisiana State University, of course, also known as LSU. We are into round 5 of team competition qualifying. 24 total Baker games will be completed. After the completion of those games, we will know the seeding order for bracket purposes. 16 teams on the men's side, 16 teams on the women's side. We will go over the standings in just 1 second, but if you are new to the broadcast, all of the necessary information you need is located below this event in the description. Live scoring, qualifying results, and lane assignments for our featured pairs, which are 27 and 28 and 29 and 30. Men on 27 and 28, women on 29 and 30. from 29 to 44. The women's competition will be held 13 through 28 is where the men are doing battle. Rouse, one more and again in the 10th frame. Watch the MEAC championships, and every time she needed a mark, a strike, or a double, she got things done. Oh, nice pickup. How about that? Well done. That is fantastic. Not the way he intended. That was more like a PBA washout type of pickup. With the bowling ball going away to the right of the head pin. All right, let's learn more about Notre Dame College of Ohio. The women's squad. They are located in South Euclid, Ohio, led by Corby Anderson in his 6th season. They finished 4th in Allentown. 10th ranked squad of the power rankings. 3 ITC appearances, 2014, missed in 2015, and have made the last 2. Senior Brittany Ferrara led the Falcons, 188.5 average, which included a win at a very nice Tier 1 event, the Lehigh Valley Classic. Their roster includes Allie Dick, a freshman from Pittsburgh. Alyssa Estep, the senior from Harrison, Ohio. The aforementioned Brittany Ferrara, the senior from Hubbard, Ohio. Megan Freed, the junior from Wycliffe, Ohio. Angela Gabrielle, the freshman from Niagara Falls, New York. Janet Hill, the senior from Wycliffe, Ohio. Taylor Ricard, the junior from Bryan, Ohio. And Taylor Sturm, the junior from, is it Massillon, Ohio? I know someone knows that. Someone in the chat can help me out with that one. This North Tech team, I mentioned them a little bit earlier. They've got a lot of talent. It's a team that, hey, they're making their first appearance. You just kind of get on that no fear bandwagon. If you can bowl as loose as possible. Enjoy the moment, of course. They want to do some great things while they're here, but nice spare. I believe that was a 6-7 conversion from Jessica Malott of McKendree. Off on lane 32. That was an interesting leave. Well, not the interesting leave, it was an interesting pickup, the way it was done. You don't see that every day. But that's bowling. Good conversations in the chat room about choosing proper college and all that entails. Cameron Weir is certainly right. It's a combination of a lot of things, a lot of factors, things that your parents, of course, take into account. Ultimately, you will probably be making that decision because that's where you will be spending all of your time. You have to be comfortable. If you're not comfortable, it may not work out too well. I'm not saying that you can't go to a school and you realize, this is just not the right fit or situation. That does happen all the time, and that's okay. But you just want to be as prepared as possible. would encourage going on a visit, certainly. So make sure you check out. Not saying that, hey, it couldn't work if you go sight unseen. I'm going to go to this school. I didn't check it out, but I'm ready to go. Jackie Evans in the chat room. This is the same Jackie Evans that competed in the singles competition, I believe, last year in Wichita. That would be the same Jackie Evans who won the U20 Girls Junior Gold title. But I will await for Jackie to confirm that, if that is indeed her in the chat. Check out the results, live scoring, and the lane assignments. Actually, this is round 5, so we will have a position round after this. Saw some requests for Savannah. They were on earlier. In fact, round 1 on our featured pair. If we can. We'll try to pan over a little bit for you. Make sure we give Wisconsin-Whitewater and Lawrence Tech their time on the featured pair, as well as Maryland Eastern Shore and Notre Dame, Ohio. Hello, Jack. That's awesome. We're in the presence of greatness, folks. Standings, I don't think they're updated yet online. But I'm able to tell you what's going on as I see them in-house. Wisconsin-Whitewater, high qualifier currently, followed by Wichita State and Lindenwood, Maryland Eastern Shore, and Midland. Those are your top 5. Again, I'll go through that one more time when I see it. But Wisconsin-Whitewater with 4 in a row, as a matter of fact, make it 5. After 16, they were about 121 down. And I'm talking subpar, of course. That number is slowly dwindling further down as they continue to bowl well here. Men's standings after 16, Wisconsin-Whitewater +4, Weber International, Robert Morris, Illinois, William Patterson, and Lindenwood-Belleville. That's your top 5. So currently, Wisconsin-Whitewater, again, both men and women, your high qualifiers at the moment. That was after 16 games and a great spare. The old saying goes, if you leave it, you make it. Nice shot there. Wichita State, the Lady Shocks, currently -209. I believe they are just entering game 20. I believe would be the final game of round 5. But in second, again after 16 games, they were at -128. The plus minus is live scoring, so it updates as the game finishes. And now they are -209, so perhaps not liking the impair, which is where they currently are now. Wright State, currently at -374. Shot 183. They're paired with Mount Mercy at the moment on lane 36. Wright State, however, is in the top 8 after 16 games. Thank you, Kyle, for tuning in. I gotta say, it makes my work day pretty much no work at all. I don't think there's a place I'd rather be at the moment. And I am working. So this is about as good as it gets right here. Red State's got some talent. As you watch qualifying, you watch all the teams. Another strike in the 10th for Tashonda Sarouse. I tell you what, watch out for her in match play. She is experienced and knows how to get things done when necessary. BQ Bowler, appreciate you watching as well. Let's see where Savannah is after 16 games. Maybe they'll be closer to the live stream pairs that we can catch a snippet as they move on in the tournament. This day has gone by very quickly. Just after 1 o'clock Central Time. Our schedule looks like, just so we can let you all know what's going on. We should be done here in about another hour or so, hour and a half. Then we'll have a break. We will re-oil the lanes. And then at approximately 4 p.m. Central Time, 4 p.m. Central, we'll have round 1 of match play. And then approximately 6 o'clock, of course, depending on how quickly matches end up, or wrap up, I should say, we'll have round 2. Good quality shots. Lawrence Tech. A little meeting of the minds. Coach Bandy talking to her players. Wisconsin-Whitewater continues to roll well here. Looking at the women's scores at the moment. And Maggie, I'm not sure when you joined us, but after 12 games, Wichita State was leading, and Weber International was in 16. So, of course, you bowled this event. Obviously, you know what that means. That would mean that Weber and Wichita can meet the first round. At the moment, that doesn't stand to be the case, as Wisconsin-Whitewater is the high qualifier at the moment. But Weber has struggled a little bit here. Wisconsin-Whitewater, just women I'm talking about, minus 48. And they are the lone program in double digits in regards to being 48 under, for example. The next closest at this point in time is Wichita State at minus 209. So if you hang around, a lot could happen in this last game though, but we will have the position round. The top 2 seeds will be on a featured pairs. So we could see the Shockers on the featured pair along with Wisconsin-Whitewater. At the moment, we know Wisconsin-Whitewater will be on. Looking that way for the men as well. Well, the Whitewater men are minus 27 at the moment. Weber is minus 55 in second currently. Hello to Kenneth, watching from Denmark. Really enjoyed chatting with many of our global viewers. That's where, for me, I go, wow, never in a million years did I think that I'd have the opportunity to talk to someone who is watching what I'm doing and listening to me halfway around the world. That's the power of technology. That's the first thing. And I'm just blessed to do what I do. .190 for Wisconsin-Whitewater. Did not end well for the gents. They give 10 pins back, but still in pretty good shape as far as high qualifier is concerned. The fill shot for Lawrence Tech as they shoot 190 as well. Now this afternoon, or I should say this evening, that would have been a tie game. And each team would get half a game and we'd move on to the next one. But right now, that just adds to their total pinfalls. Shot from Jackie Rhoda. Shout out to my man Mike Dole. All the good folks checking in. Mike Dole's a good dude. I'm just let people know that. He's a good guy. There's Rouse again. I don't think I've seen her miss in about 6 shots. Of course, 27-28 down a little bit. Shout out to, again, everyone watching. Someone mentioned we will turn momentarily for just a second. Someone mentioned Robert Morris in the chat room. So I'm going to give you a little Robert Morris currently. Go back to 29 and 30, and then go to Savannah as well, as we had a couple of requests in regard. So, quick look into Robert Morris and McKendree. Robert Morris, a couple frames left, actually a frame and a half, just to fill for the defending I2C champions. Looks like Billy Goodman there. Shot there from Daniel Hansen, the 2016 Intercollegiate Singles champion. He lost early on in match play. Will not have a chance to defend his title. See people looking down. I'm making sure we not missing any front 8s and 9s and 10s and stuff like that. I think they're looking at the in-house projector from the scoreboard perspective. No, I'm not kidding you, Chad. We can give a couple frames to someone who wants to watch a team. It's okay. And they're finished. It's just like that. It's okay. Wichita State men are complete. They have completed game 20 here in round 5. The Wichita State women are on the high end. That angle will not be good for you to watch. Maryland Eastern Shore will finish up here. I mean, you guys have watched her strike, right? I haven't seen her miss in a while. If she gets something like that in match play, in a Baker format, we all know you need an anchor player for sure. It helps to have a good one. Someone who can set that player up is pretty good as well. That helps. Someone to get the team pumped up, excited, can communicate well. Hey, it's no problem, Chad. I was going to come back to it, man. I said that. Got a little break. You can try to fit as much as you can in. Three in a row. Well, there's one match left, folks. The angle is going to be very, very rough. But I'm going to try to get you some Wichita State Midland here. Apologize for what it may look like. Trying to get it situated for you here. They are in the 6th frame. the last round 5 brewing here. I'll go wide here 1 second, and I'll get right back at it for you folks.
Yeah. No, they were nice pictures. Jason will even like them. Just emotional. Yeah. Just really. I was telling him, I asked the coach before that.
All right, folks, I had to make sure we are
I always ask him. It was just real nice.
good to go.
Yeah, it's not bad. So, yeah, he was asking. I always ask the coach.
The open frame in the 8th for Wichita State.
If I do what I want, I'd be down lane looking right at you.
Wichita State had 3 players on the NCBCA First Team All-American team. Sydney Brummett, Laura Plazas, and Holly Ann Johansson. That is Midland there. What looked to be a strike in the 8th frame. Excuse me, that's a 9 count. Hopefully you had a chance to check out. I believe that's Christy Lopez. Nice shot, wrapped to 10. Had a chance to check out the awards ceremony last night, the awards banquet, the Night of Champions. You're able to stream that on Facebook Live. Oh wow, Mags, I remember. I do remember asking him for that. Well, I'll tell you what I'm going to do, Max. When I get back home, next time I'm home, I'm going to call you. I'm going to say, hey, can I come get that shirt? And then let's catch up, see how everything's going. I know a lot has changed in great ways for you and the fam, so congrats. All right, Wichita State with just a field shot remaining. All right. Nice game to end things there, 2:14. Midland. Just a frame and a half left here. 8 count in the 9th frame. And there it went. I can't see them. All right, 10th frame up for Midland coming up here. Shot there. Again, coming up, folks, the break is essentially A, folks aren't done, and then B, the position round will take place. Same situation, there'll be 4 games, 2 on one lane, and then they switch. 1 and 2, determine high qualifier. We'll have that for you on our featured pairs. This is the final match here in round 5 that is completing, and the only bowling going on right now in the Raising Cane's River Center. See Bobby Brown in the shot every time I pan left. Formerly of Morehead State, now he head women's coach at Pikeville. All right, folks, so shouldn't be too long of a break here. Again, the break is just to determine, make sure all of the standings and scores are proper for the position round so we can determine the high qualifiers on both the men's and the women's side. The men's are set. Of course, the women's just getting done. Until then, if you want to, has any questions. Although most of you have been really good about questions today in the chat room. You've been very good, actually. The men are just about ready. I'm going to give you a quick pan just to give you an idea of not only the coolness of college bowling, but the expressions of jersey colors and etc. Did this a little bit earlier, but let's do it again. How about we zoom in? Let's see how folks are doing today. So Wisconsin-Whitewater right now, we presume that they are first. We presume Weber to be second. Looks like they're all lined up on lanes where they should be. Of course, we haven't started yet. There's Lindenwood-Belleville huddling, Morehead State behind them. Notre Dame College, Ohio, Robert Morris. William Patterson in the orange shirts, the orange pants, black shirts. Wichita State in their customary black and gold. McKendree in their purple and argyle. What else we got down there? Urbana. Tech and Pikeville, Calumet, William Penn, Newman on the end there. All right. You got a glimpse, if you caught it there, the crystal pins at center desk. Someone had a question about Wichita State. I have not seen Cameron Doyle. currently the only way to really watch William Patterson will be through the live scoring. We'll keep it here. These are our featured pairs on Bowl TV as we determine the high qualifiers for both men and women. Now, should one of these matches, or preferably the men's match, gets done quickly on 27 and 28, we'll try to do what we can to get some of William Patterson for you. Looks like, Tammy, the girls have moved and are moving, and they should be started here in the next couple minutes, looks like. So Weber and Wisconsin-Whitewater, 27 and 28 to determine the high qualifier. Of course, should Morehead State, Lindenwood-Belleville have a big set, you never know what can happen. We could see some movement up there. Top seed currently belongs to Wisconsin-Whitewater at minus 36. 20 pins behind is the Weber International at minus 56. And Lindenwood-Belleville in third at minus 147. Morehead State in fourth at minus 171. Lurking in the back there is Notre Dame, Ohio in fifth at minus 196. Robert Morris at minus 222. On the women's side, as we see a couple of single pin whiffs there for Whitewater, first couple of frames. Wichita State well, their totals aren't on the scoreboard as of yet. I can tell you though, from the men's perspective, if you're wondering, of course, 27-28, Wisconsin-Whitewater, Weber. 25 and 26, Lindenwood-Belleville, Morehead State. Notre Dame, Ohio, Robert Morris, 23-24. 21-22, Wichita State, William Patterson. Urbana, McKendree, 19 and 20. Lawrence Tech and Midland, 17 and 18. William Penn, Pikeville, 15 and 16. Newman, Calumet, 13 and 14. So the girls, of course, are underway as well. I tell you, as much of the story is about who will be the high qualifier for both men and women. Specifically on the women's side, and maybe I could be overstating it. And folks, you've been in the chat with me all day. Shout out to Coach Seabird. Somebody must have called some LU folks and told them I was on. I mean, I feel like I'm back at school. This is fantastic. Colt is right though. There. Nice spare conversion there for Aaron Uratovich and Weber. Colt is correct. There would be a lot of push-ups involved with missing single pins in practice. When you count up the number you missed during competition and first couple of days of practice, how many push-ups you do. All right, back to my initial point. High qualifier could be anyone at this point, but Wisconsin-Whitewater had the esteemed advantage. They are entering the plus-minus totals as we speak. on the scoreboard. Wisconsin-Whitewater at -58. Wichita State at -194. I mentioned Weber International earlier. Said they've been struggling. They're no longer in 16. They look to be now in 15, which would still set up the possibility of the old 2-15 match for Wichita State and Weber. You know, someone said, someone in the chat earlier mentioned that there was one team who broke the quote-unquote high qualifier jinx. I'm going to double check it. I thought it was Maryland Eastern Shore a few years back. They won a championship. At least they would be the last person or team to do it, excuse me. In 2013, and I'll do some research about that hopefully later today, but Maryland Eastern Shore seems to be the last team, the last #1 seed, both men or women, to win the title from that position. And Maggie has confirmed that. Yes, you are. Tammy, everyone goes into double elimination match play, so no one is eliminated here. Disqualifying is solely for, from an operational perspective, seeding purposes to properly seed the bracket. Once the bracket, of course, is complete, then match play, can begin. Midland question. The Midland women are 6th at -382 after 20 games. So I'll let you know where the men stand momentarily. They've made a jump. They were flirting with 16th earlier in the day. Midland is 11th on the men's side, 11th at -301. Again, that is after 20 games. This is game 21. Hello, Michael. How are you? For Wichita State, it's the first time we've seen them on our featured pair. The women, of course, that is. So, which means that we'll need to introduce Wichita State as we have of all of our future pair teams. I mentioned a few of them, of course, when they were still on 43 and 44 last round. All right, so let's take a look at the Lady Shocks. Much to the approval of Maggie Zashevsky. Wichita State, of course, from Wichita, Kansas. Coach Lewis won his 4th National Collegiate Bowling Coaches Association Coach of the Year award last evening. He is in his 18th season as the head coach of the women's program. Finished first in the Dallas sectional. Top-ranked team, the team ranking system. 9 national titles. And for Wichita State, women especially. For them, it's got to feel like an eternity. They haven't won a national title since 2009. They've been close. They've been in the finals a few times since then as well, most notably last season against Weber. 42 ITC appearances. They've missed 1 time since 1975, and that was in 1981. I wasn't born yet. Many in the chat room probably weren't either. Actually, some were. No, you weren't, actually. Some were, though. They won a lot. National Collegiate Team Match Games. That was a Tier 1, the Las Vegas Invitational, another Tier 1, the Collegiate Shootout, Tier 1. The Kegel Midwest Classic at Tier 1, the Hoosier Classic at Tier 1, and the Jayhawk Collegiate Challenge. Every Tier 1 event they entered, they won. Pretty good. Sydney Brummett, a junior from Fort Wayne, Indiana. Estefania Cobo, Ashlyn Hersberg. Sydney, a junior from Fort Wayne, Indiana. Cobo, a sophomore from Puerto Rico. Ashlyn Hersberg, a senior from Wichita, Kansas. Molly Andrew Hanson, the junior from Wichita as well. Christy Lopez, a senior from Puerto Rico. Kayla Ovesny, the sophomore from Norman, Oklahoma. Laura Plazas, the senior from Columbia, and Brooke Woodard, sophomore from Keller, Texas. Cody, I took a look at what you just said, and it's a little difficult to see if you're viewing that. So I'll work on that during the break for you. See what we can accomplish here with that. Hopefully something. We are at the very back of the spectator booth. Essentially, where you are. Excuse me. We can't go back any farther. If I wanted to actually leave where I'm at right now, literally, because I'm right smack dab in the middle, essentially, of our tables and booth area, I could just climb over a wall and I'd land in the USBC sports store, where you can get all kinds of cool ITC and ISC merchandise, hats, shirts, tees, etc. 2:07, 155. Wisconsin-Whitewater slowly inching closer to being plus. From a condition perspective, if you're just joining us, we do not know what we're bowling on, what these great athletes are bowling on. We can see what it's turned into. And either way, it's still tough. I will reread the standings for you here momentarily. I'll try to go look for them yet again, just in case something changed or I have the wrong link, and I don't. Good shot from Plazas. Lady Shocks won the Hoosier Classic for the 4th consecutive year. In February, the last regular season event in the USBC schedule. To the right of the featured pair, of course, for the women, Lindenwood and McKendree. Two schools separated by about an hour or so, depending on how fast you drive or the time of day. Could be 45 minutes. Nice shot there from Nate Garcia. First strike, or excuse me, the second strike of the game. Big double for Weber. I think the Warriors care about any potential jinx in regards to high qualifier. They want to be top seed and get it done as well, just like everyone else. The reality is only 2 teams will be high qualifiers. And essentially the rest is up to them for the most part. You will need some breaks to win a title. There's some talk about lane conditions in the chat room. in regards to NCAA, ITC, or USBC Collegiate, for example. I did see 2 NCAA events this season, and those patterns were quite difficult. They were pretty easy. Certainly wasn't even in the cards. And that, in fact, they've taken steps as well to kind of create a bank of patterns, which they've done at various lengths, similar to what the USBC Collegiate has done as well. And they're available actually online too. Check out ncaa.org. Same as you would check out collegebowling.com. You see all the patterns for collegiate bowling as well, most of them. Now we talk about championship events and different things like that, of course. That's where Nick Hoagland does his thing. Gets into creation mode. Little things like making the 2-4-5, just like Ramon just did. The way he made it, the angle of which, it's tough for me to do that, so I admire when people can just kind of go really straight at that. To win an ITC title, I'll be completely honest, as I said before, you need breaks. You always need breaks, no matter what you're bowling. A little good fortune, good and misfortune is a part of it. It's going to happen one way or another. You just hope to be on the side of it's good that time, because it won't happen to you all the time. You always need some heart. You got to be able to dig deep at times where you didn't think you could. And that's why if you don't win or you lose in a tough match, it hurts that much more, because you poured literally all of your time, your effort, and in many cases the blood on your hand, the sweat, and the tears. All right, folks, if you can see on the scoreboard, after a couple of games, Weber now is the high qualifier. They hold the top seed. Again, the benefit of this venue are the major times, the big time scoreboards. As you can see after every game, the plus minus. Now Weber has taken a 2-pin advantage as far as that's concerned in the high qualifier category as we move to the final 2 games of qualifying. Wisconsin-Whitewater minus 51 on the women's side. Barring anything crazy, they look like they will hold on for that high seed, that top qualifier. But for me, I'm keeping an eye on what Weber is doing. On Weber women, that is. And to see who they will face in round 1 this afternoon, or this evening rather. Folks have pretty much covered the bowling ball limits. There are select times where you can alter your surface before and after competition, I'll have to clarify. They can do that in between rounds of competition. You don't want to be misconstrued in regards to that, saying, hey, you know, round 1 is technically over. Am I allowed to then alter my surface? So we'll make sure on that. Shot from Lopez. She's thrown some good shots in the 10th. That's a great point Frank Word just made. The rule book can, you know, one of those things where you overlook it until you need it, and that's with any sport. Right? How many times have we seen officials have to get clarification on a rule from, you know, wherever their headquarters are, didn't know the rule. Donovan McNabb didn't know there was a tie. So little things like that, especially in your broadcaster, that's happened to me before. In a sport that you may not be too familiar with, you definitely want to grab the rule book, give it a glance through. You won't know everything for sure. But you may find yourself, as Frank really alluded to, in a situation where you thought you understood the rule, but you need to get it clarified if you have any reservations on a rule. Nice shot from Josh Pate for Wisconsin-Whitewater. Now you want to get yourself a rule book, or if you're bowling an event, whatever it is, make sure you have a thorough understanding of the rules as well. So that's what I'm going to do for you. All right, a match play. Make sure I thoroughly explain when you can alter your surface portion, because that's a pretty important part. If you're familiar with P.B. Atkinson, he has a little spot on Bowl TV called the 10-Pin Puzzler. If someone sends in an actual rule question and P.B. Atkinson explains said rule, so feel free to check that out if you haven't. 10-Pin Puzzlers on Bowl TV. Generally goes a little something that I'm not very good at P.B. Atkinson, because he's got a really cool voice. He goes like, "Hello, bowling fans." Rules are like, you know, no one cares about the rules until they're being affected by them in one way or another. So we care about the rules and properly understand them. The world would be a better place. All right, folks, if you're keeping score at home, I know you've got your score books out, just like baseball. You'll know that Weber International had 6 in a row prior to that shot in the 10th frame, and are 100% trying to earn the Crystal Pin, which is awarded to the high qualifier. Inside. We have reached game, or this is game 23. We'll be going to game 24 pretty soon, at least on 27 and 28. We've got some updates actually after 22 games. I'll read those off for you again. As you can see, Weber went ahead of Wisconsin-Whitewater by 2 pins. Good shot there from Whitewater. They've come to play. All right, here we go. Men, Weber, Wisconsin-Whitewater. Third was Morehead State at -206. In fact, they were tied with Notre Dame, Ohio at -206. So anyone threatening the high qualifier. A couple folks had a chance. But it's going to be Weber and or Wisconsin-Whitewater, it looks to be. And it may come down to the final game, which is pretty cool. And we'll get to see that here on Bowl TV. All right, what am I looking at? Aaron knows what I'm looking at. Weber women at -466. They're moving on up. Much to the dismay of whoever they may bowl. But we may not get to see. They've moved up 5 spots. They're now at 10th after 22 games. So that would be a 7-10 matchup if they were to remain in that seeding location or position. The Crystal Pin, you know, all I can say is, first of all, we didn't win a Crystal Pin when I was bowling, so that wasn't thought about at that point. We were so bad at qualifying, it just wasn't even funny. I don't even know how we bowled good. Now that I think about it. That's how I know, folks. Sometimes it just doesn't matter what seed you are, because if it's your time, it's your time. We were the 14th seed. And we won. And had to beat some big names along the way. Of course, as you would think, right? A lower seeded team, etc. Now, what would be cool, similar to, you know, NCAA basketball, for example. I don't know if we've ever had a 16 and a 1, like 16 beat a 1 seed. I'm not sure we've had a 16 seed win a championship. We have to go all the way back 40 plus years to do some research. Sounds like a project that would be cool to do in the offseason. Certainly not now. Aaron Smith taking cool pictures. Ten pins the difference between a Weber and a Wisconsin-Whitewater on 27 and 28. Who will be deemed the high qualifier for 2017 Intercollegiate Team Championships. Sid the Kid thought that was a good shot. That 8 was late. Folks, as you can attest, we've been watching for the most part all day. And we talked about once match play hits, it'll be kind of a different scene, so to speak, a different animal, different beast, intensity levels. But this is just the last game of qualifying, and to our left, maybe at some point if we have a chance we could pan and show you. I mean, but it's standing room only. Putting together a nice game towards the end here. Of course, match play this evening will be best of 7. Best of 7. First to win 4 games in a match will advance. It is double elimination. Baker 300s for women. Yeah, I think there've been several at this point. At the ITCs, I have to do a little digging real quick, but just in general, I have seen a couple Baker 300s. I do think Lindenwood has done it. Maryland Eastern Shore, I think, sounds right as well. I'm not talking about ITCs though. I'm just saying from what I've seen, just from a college bowling perspective. ITC specific is something different.
Mr. Williams, would you like to know?
Whoa! I've heard the guy's voice in like 8 hours.
Did I miss anything?
About 22 games.
Seems like it. But Baker 300s at the Intercollegiate Team Championships. 4 of them on the men's side. Weber International was the first to do so, 2009, their first year. Lindenwood in 13, Notre Dame, Ohio in 2013, and one I remember very well in Reno, Nevada in 2014, Wichita State, where Gordon brought in a sub on the final shot.
That's
after Francois delivered the first 2. I think it was Zach Rhodes, if I'm gonna guess, but brought in Zach Rhodes off the bench, 11 in a row, delivered. On the women's side, 299 by Lindenwood in 2012 is the high Baker game. Had a pair of 289s, San Jose State in 1990 and Morehead State in 1995. So before you catted Wright State about 15 games ago, they were thinking history. It's good to be back, though. I had some other responsibilities detain me for a moment, but
Absolutely. Some big things happening this week that Aaron Smith is a part of. All right, getting down to the final frames. And 28. Weber with the 10-pin advantage and the lead in this game. Wisconsin-Whitewater, however, on a double.
max score for Wisconsin-Whitewater here, 194. Justin looking at the crystal pin. Means Weber would have to get to at least 185 to hold on to it. Be amazing to think the two teams tying for the top spot after 24 Baker games. Zach Wolfel delivers the first one, the All-American.
Nice spare from Matt Russo. Coming in to shoot the 310.
So a good count here for Weber. Should wrap up the top spot. That one did not make it all the way back, so we will not have the Wisconsin-Whitewater 2 for 2. Looks like the McKendree men made a big jump in that final block to get to 181 under. They were about in 10th heading into this final round. They've surpassed a few teams already. If I had to make a guess at some first-round matches, looks like Weber International will be taking on Newman on the men's side. Wisconsin-Whitewater will face off against Calumet. McKendree's big set could potentially move them all the way up into third. Notre Dame, Ohio, the only school close to 181 at the moment, or 181 under, I should say. They're at minus 194. They're looking at an open here in frame 4 after a few spares. Weber International minus 56. Wisconsin-Whitewater minus 84. Still a few pairs going on the men's side. Our featured pair here for the women will probably be the last one done in, or pretty close to the last one. Morehead State and Lindenwood-Belleville also in the third frame right now of game 24. Whitewater with a strong start here, 3 out of 4. 3 out of 4 for the Shockers. Fortunately, they got an open frame in there. Just a reminder to everyone tuned in, we'll have a small break after our qualifying round here. Give the competitors a chance to get some lunch, get their team photos taken. We'll redress the lanes. And then we'll start with the opening round of match play here at the ITC at 5 p.m. Eastern for local time here in Baton Rouge. (2016-2017) NCBCA Player of the Year. Sidney Brummett leaves the 10-pin in frame 6. Still has another year of eligibility left for Wichita State in her junior year. already on one TV show on Saturday, hoping to make it a second. After helping the Shockers to the title match in 2016, they fell short in that match, losing 3-1 against Weber International. Speaking of Weber, the defending champions, they finished at minus 431, so they entered the position round in 15th place. They're going to jump quite a few spots. Arguably into the top half of the field. I'll have a pretty good rundown in just a minute or two as most of the teams on the women's side just about done. We have a legend joining us in the chat room, Gary Schmidt sighting. They only dance when you're leading them, sir. Gary, of course, a big part of USBC history here. Gave many, many years, time, dedication to promoting the sport on the youth aspect. So Gary, thank you for everything, sir. Always good to see you as well. Looks like Weber International jumped all the way to 7th. That's an unofficial total. But amazing what 4 good games will do.
Sometimes it takes a little while. I mean, but you also never know. They're trying some different things out.
Well, you might as well. Obviously, you probably won't be seeing the pattern in this condition with this many games on it throughout the course of match play. But yeah, no, definitely doesn't hurt to fish around early. As you talked about a little bit earlier, back in 2005, was it 14 seed? Is that right?
Yes. I should know that, right?
Well, you know where you finished up. That's the yes, important number. Yeah. But yeah, so we've definitely seen some top teams get knocked off, and we've seen teams make great runs after struggling throughout qualifying. Once again, kind of get an hour and a half or so of time just to refresh and get to strategize with your teammates, your coaches. All right, just 2 pairs remain now. 29 and 30 and 25 and 26. So we just got fill balls left on 29 and 30. So everyone's nice. Emil may move the camera to 25 and 26. After we get our final few shots here, last look at our tournament leader. On the women's side, Wisconsin-Whitewater. 2:07, minus 56 leading the way. Wichita State going to be second at 2:49. Maryland Eastern Shore looks like they're going to be third at minus 271. McKendree in fourth. Lindenwood fifth. Pikeville sixth. Weber International seventh. Say Midland eighth. SCAD ninth. Wright State 10th. Stephen F. Austin 11th. Newman 12th. Notre Dame, Ohio 13th. Grand View 14th. St. Francis, Illinois 15th. And Mount Mercy in 16th place. That is all totally unofficial. So get the final few shots here.
Good shot.
Morehead State's going to have a spot in the top four, it looks like.
I'm a fan of Scott Hill here.
Kid has thrown some strikes.
It's kind of a glimpse of what match play looks like in the 10th frame.
Saw in sevens right there. Double in the 10th for Morehead State. Gotta say they're going to be the 5th seed. Mr. Hill bringing it in the 10th, all three. Just like that. Flying by. Qualifying at the 2017 Intercollegiate Team Championships is complete. Mr. Williams, thanks for doing all the heavy lifting.
Oh, man. It's okay. I got you, dog. We've got literally like 10,000 things all going on at the same time, so it's okay. Zach just said the magic word, lunch.
L-U-N-C-H. So we're going to turn him down a second, and we'll go ahead and wrap up. 24 games in. Weber International men, Wisconsin-Whitewater women leading the way here at the 2017 ITCs through qualifying. Be sure to look for the bracket on bowl.com/ITC. And we'll be back here at 5 p.m. Eastern, 4 p.m. local time in Baton Rouge for the opening rounds of match play. We're going to have 2 of them tonight before we wrap up. So that's going to be it for now. Emil Williams Jr., fantastic job. Everybody in the chat who's still there, say thanks. The man did work today. That's a lot of Baker games, but well appreciated. Jason Thomas, I'm Aaron Smith. We're going to sign off. We'll see you in an hour and a half here on Bowl TV. Thanks again for stopping by. Until later.